Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we go any further, there's been a couple of changes with the patch, which I just kind of want to show off very, very briefly. So, first of all, check it out. Multiple campsites. Whoa! They said all along they were going to be adding more of these, so that's cool. And we can choose random, we can favorite, we can also just pick, like, okay, this one, this one, this one. You can also, so it says these two, which we start off by default having. But if you mouse over these, it actually tells you where you can get them. This one is from doing Season 2 Delvers. This one is from doing an achievement called All That Kaz. And this one's from an achievement called Going Goblin Mode, which I believe is doing something in the new raid. I've actually already logged in, Linear Earth. Didn't play any cutscene for me. You can also apply to all camps and change based on which campsite you have. You're probably thinking, what do you mean which campsite? Well, now you can have multiple campsites. Here's the new one. So this is the new free one, the one that everybody gets automatically, which is the Honoring Plains. And you can see there's all my 80s, which I shoved down to here. They don't have I'll have their transmog yet, but ignore that, ignore that. I gotta say, I'm liking it. Carrots, beets, there's like a leek down there or something like that. I don't know, something like that. Nice little camp set, you know, going on over here. For some reason, there's a giant treasure chest just containing booty over there. We're at the point now, Hazardous, where I have to say which new thing about Ubisoft. So I'm going to say no to play it safe. What's great, though, is this is really, really helpful for people like me who have tons and tons of alt. So keeping these organized is nice. So up here, whoops, up here we'll go ahead and have the characters I'm doing for the run. Down here will be my 80s, my current 80s, and then I've got a bunch of other ones. I'll make other ones later. So that can wait. But as you can see, this is going to be our 4 Shadowlands characters. And eventually I'll change this around when we get to future expansions. But anyways, I just think that's neat. But you know what else is neat? A game that really supports add-ons. So there's a few more under-the-hood things they did for add-ons, but the most obvious thing is now they're more sortable and organizable. You can also search a little bit easier. And it showcases... where is it? Yeah, here. Dependencies a little bit better. Little stuff like that. So the add-on list and the add-on functionality have both been improved. It may take a few days for add-ons to catch up to all this new functionality, but that's awesome. The fact that they're not just sitting on their laurels, but actually updating the add-on systems is one of the reasons I love WoW, to put that very, very simply. And it's the Factorio thing, right? Being pro add-on is one of the selling points of WoW, so with it. That's just the 2 things we saw right off the bat. I actually have another question, but I'm not sure anybody currently present has access to the answers I seek. So I was checking a few other things here. I noticed something weird. So obviously here's all our opening cinematic, right? That's cool, that's cool. Why are there 2 Dragonflight ones? I know this one. This is the Dragonflight. What is this one? I'm not sure I've seen this cinematic. Yeah, I noticed there's 2 War Within ones, but I know this. This is the one they showed at the trailer, and this is the one with Anduin. But like... Huh? So we may be watching that for the first time when we get there. Anyways, for now, let's go ahead and wrap up Ardenweald, shall we? Perfect music for Ardenweald. I know, right? Like they just need to understand that this is how things are now, Hazardous. That people are just going to steal and pirate their games, and they need to just accept that that's the era that we live in. Uh-oh. Talents have been reset. Yeah, I was looking at... Oh, that's what changed. I was looking at the review because I did a fairly thorough audit yesterday while I was cleaning. Rather, when I was recovering from cleaning. You'd think cleaning a couch, like upholstery, would be really easy. No. No, that's wearying. My wrist still aches just a little bit. It's scrubbing. So I was looking at the list, and I realized, because, yeah, obviously we are currently net positive on story, which is nice. But it makes sense when you consider that we have had 3 separate zones which have scored quite well of the 4. Ardenweald got a net plus 28, which puts it pretty high up on the list. And Revendreth got a plus 22. Both of those are Legion ranges of quality, so pretty much just right below BFA in terms of overall quality. And that says a lot, and that is absolutely what's dragging that story score up right there. That and the fact that the vignettes are still in game. I don't think it'll start to go downhill until we get past the launch content, aka when we get past the Covenant campaigns. When we get to the patch content, I anticipate those scores will start bottoming out. We'll see, though. I honestly hope to be proven wrong, but I have extremely bad memories of Kurthia, which I've been calling the worst game in the game since we were playing BC, or worst zone, excuse me, and not particularly fond memories of Zereth Mortis either. We'll get there. So what did you do? Why do they keep wanting me to throw glaives? Stop wanting me to throw glaives. I don't like throwing glaives. It's not a fun mechanic. Stop focusing on that. Okay, hang on. Let's go with... Throw glaive! No! Let's go with that one. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Okay. So, let's wrap up Ardenweald, shall we? Sorry, personal irritation. Dragonflight is when they really started pushing throwing glaives. And I mean pushing, like set bonuses were buffing throwing glaives, and a lot of the initial talents were specifically for throwing glaives. It's, hang on a sec. So that doesn't look like a lot, but that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 talents which boost throwing glaives. Did I mention that one of the 2 hero specs is all about throwing glaives? They really like throwing glaives. I don't know who somewhere decided that throwing glaives was part of the Demon Hunter class fantasy, but they've been all in on that ever since. We have music on? We do. It's just not playing. Cool. Come on, Everrip. Let's deal with this nonsense.
What can this old thorn speaker do for you?
Okay, so we've got the resources. Cool. We got the reagents. We've got Valerian. We can progress now. Valerian is here. All right, Valerian. Speaker of the House, if it please the court, I would like to progress with the run. The throw glaive for the run. Permission granted. Excellent. Hang on, let me go ahead and jot that down first. Oh, thank God the music started. That's going towards Dragon Quest Monsters 3. Dragon Quest 4. Yes, I know, thank you. And Victoria 3. I feel like I've fallen behind on DLCs on. That's how Paradox games go in general, isn't it? You just slowly fall behind on DLCs. Until you pick it up again, it's like, okay, how many am I missing? How many am I missing? These 52. Okay, cool. Thank you, Valerian. I do always appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that kind of sucks, Valerian. I wonder why. I've been hearing that about, like, every modern Paradox game, which is kind of strange to me. Then again, maybe they just aren't good? I don't know. I liked CK3. So, oh. Hey, Talmurid. Do you go here or here? Well, that's true. There is also EU5, and I know Imperator just kind of fell apart. Which sucks. That's new. Do you see that? I just noticed that. Look at the quest log. Right up here, in the upper right of the quest log, it shows that my warband has completed that quest. Now, there's always been a little bit of text saying if your warband has completed a quest, but now there's actually a little campfire there saying, hey.
Strike fast, strike true.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know, Valerian. That's weird. Like I said, hopefully we will not have an Imperator situation where they just abandon an otherwise promising game that I was actually really looking forward to.
Maintain the balance.
I sent Erelon to steal a witch's satchel from the Drust. Remember the Drust, the most interesting and engaging plotline of this entire arc. A dangerous task from which he has yet to return. The Drust's Night Screamers carry many reagents we need to perform the ritual. We cannot proceed without one.
Beware, Erelon has yet to return with the satchel. I fear he may be in danger, or worse.
Yeah, Victoria 3 is one of those truly rare games I want to play off camera. That's a really, really, really small list. Yes, we must deal with the Drust! This is going to be kind of a wet blanket ending. I'm just going to give that away, by the way. It's going to be like, alright, and then it's the Drust. So let's just kind of push through this so we can get into the next covenant, which is going to be Maldraxxus. You know, everyone's going to pop into stream being like, what do you think of Undermine? I'm like, I haven't played it. I hope you're liking it. I have heard universally good things about Undermined, so hopeful. The drive. Oh, sorry.
Come for a lesson, have you?
Do you have the satchel? What of Erelon? Yeah, he did, yo.
Strength of the forest go with you.
What? Oh, they reset. Oh, that's new. That's why they reset it. Hang on, so let's uncheck everything. There we go.
Tell me, what do you see? Every dream has its...
Hold on. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so everyone check your tracking because it reset mine. Because it added a couple of new things, including, most importantly, Warband completed quests, which I'm going to leave tracked because I've done almost every quest in the game, if not every quest in the game at this point. Yep, there it is. Yep, save. The shattered remains of a spear litter the ground. You recognize the spear as it belongs to Erelon. It confirms that Erelon was here. Unfortunately, he's nowhere to be found. Good morning, Pokemebo. Happy, well, functionally patch day. Because the servers didn't come up until way late yesterday. And then they went down, and then they went up. And then there's a really, really weird bug. Speaking of which, if you have a super rare bug, you shouldn't at this point, but if you have a bug where your entire quest log is emptied, don't log on that character for a bit while they fix that.
My oath is to the forest entire.
Though this bodes ill, I am not ready to give up hope that Erelon survived. He may still be out there. I will assemble a search party. We will find him and bring him home, no matter the
Good hunting,
cost.
Erelon. I will send a search party at once. We will not lose him to the Drust.
I have finished making preparations for the ritual. The moment of truth has come. The Drust fetish that Ulfar gave you will channel the ritual's power into Gwaihir. Should counteract the curse that imprisons her mind. Yeah, by all accounts, this should break, like, all the curse on all the mind-controlled, not just this one person. But it's not like I pay attention to the fundamentals of how magic works in the setting or anything like that, so what the hell do I know?
Maintain the balance. Be ready, Mawwalker. Destroy those things quickly! Keep at it. The Drust's hold upon her is weakening.
Why did you put a cooldown on this quest item?
Stay with us, Square. This curse is nearly broken. Square!
And Gwair's dead. Oh, I'm sure glad we went to all the effort of the last, 10 quests to rescue this one person. Losing Erelon in the process, by the way.
What is it? Speak up! Strength of the forest go with you.
You performed the ritual admirably, did I? But Gorak Zara's power was too strong for Gwair to withstand. There's nothing we can do, I'm afraid. It seems the masked fair lost to us after all. Cool! So we just spent that entire quest arc, one of 5, by the way. There's not a lot of quest arcs in a Covenant campaign, trying to cure a curse that we cannot cure.
Beware the woods.
Cool.
We stalk the moonless night.
The Drust will pay for this foul curse they've unleashed upon us. We have lost too many allies, too many friends to give up now. Even though we cannot save those who have fallen into possession, we can end their torment. Go murder a whole bunch of people.
Night and bring word to the Winter Queen. She will want to know of this.
Cool. Okay, for real, I do actually think this deserves a story negative. And not because of the curse failure thing, that's actually whatever. It's more like this is just a big spinning our wheels quest arc that's already boring. I think if this quest arc was more engaging, I wouldn't mind as much, the spinning wheels part. But, again, this is the Drust arc, and it's dull as dishwater.
I'm sorry. Did you need something?
Yeah, take me up so I can go talk to...
What can I do for you?
I don't remember how to get up. I thought it was Moonbear. Oh, here we go. You.
Keep your guard up.
I mean, being honest, in this setting, a curse that can't be fixed is probably a negative. I mean, I hate to bring out that old standby, but even freaking tempering was something we eventually cured, you know? And that was considered an absolute in that setting. And frankly, we have spent the better part of the last 20 years slowly figuring out how to fix things. Right? We've cured the Blood Elves, the Nightborn, of their severe magic addiction. We have started fixing the Fellwood. Right? We have managed to start purifying the Plague Lands. I think we could fix a curse. I'm not sure I agree with every setting being fixable. That's kind of debatable because Warhammer exists. But to make the point, even an otherwise very dark and depressing setting, Witcher has all curses being curable. Now, sometimes those cures kind of suck. But those cures exist, right? Yeah, Tower of Mouse. That was not a pleasant cure, but it was a cure. We did free her. Yeah, if this was just the Devourers, and the problem was, instead of a curse, say, their anima has been consumed, then yeah, okay, boom. Oh yeah, maybe they're just husks, because they've been drained. Maybe, to continue talking about this, because again, this is Warcraft, where we can fix any frickin' thing. Maybe, with enough time and effort, we could slowly intravenously get a little bit of anima back in, right? Put them on tap. I can't remember what that's freaking called medically, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Just nice drip feed of anima back into someone who's been consumed to allow them to slowly acclimate back to being functional. And you have to do it right. I'm fine with earning a cure. You have to do it carefully, you have to do it slowly, you have to not overwhelm their system. But it is something that can be fixed. I mean, I don't know if there's any really big ones. I mean, there's a class of marksman. When we switch to our next character, hopefully soon, we will be showing off the new marksman changes, because, yeah. I kind of agree with you, Loke, but I actually also completely disagree with you. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Let me get on to the next quest, and then I'll answer, because I do want to say something about that real quick. I have a feeling we agree, we're just using different terminology.
The drought beleaguers us.
If the Thorn Speakers have no way to break the curse, then perhaps there truly is no hope for the possessed. Jesus Christ. These are dire times indeed.
Troubling news, mortal. I had hoped we would discover the means to restore those possessed by the Drust.
But the Drust sticks are just too big.
Sadly, those taken are now lost to us. Gorak Zar will pay dearly for the wound she has inflicted upon my realm.
Yep, their wicker dicks are just too big.
My long...
Look, those masks, they've got tape on them and everything, okay? You can't pull that off. That's gonna hurt when you pull the tape off.
The cycle must be preserved.
Meanwhile, Tyrande.
Ardenweald will survive the drought. This...
As Elun's dark power raged within me, Kadarin and I were able to siphon some of it out of my body and into his.
Can the same be done for Tyrande?
Perhaps, but the ritual cost us our lives. If we attempt it again, we must disperse the power among several vessels.
Such as those who were once night warriors themselves.
So I love that quiet confirmation of how these two died, by the way.
I am bound to both the dream and the moonless night.
We'll require the aid of an expert tracker if we were to find other night warriors. Speak with Lord Hearn. With one of his hunters at your side, your search will surely be successful.
Nothing eludes the Wild Hunt. There must be one among them who can aid our search.
I just double-checked. Yes, Xalatath has absolutely zero presence in Shadowlands. Not even a reference, just nothing. Yeah, we can't cure the Drust curse, but we can cure being a freaking Night Warrior, which the entire expansion has been emphasizing is this super ridiculous big dick energy thing.
Hail, mortal. You seek the Horned Hunter, a peerless tracker in life and a legend within the Wild Hunt. You can find him at Root Home, if he does not find you first. Good hunting.
Oh, absolutely, Esmeralda. So, absolutes. I believe in rules when it comes to a setting. I believe that there are certain rules that you should establish for a setting, and you should adhere to. This is actually something I've become to believe more the older I get and the more experienced I get when it comes to writing. But I don't think that's the same thing you're describing. For example, in Warcraft, a rule is stuff can be cured. Because this is Warcraft. And we understand how chaos magic works within the... Chaos magic, it's a hazardous term. Magic works in this setting, and that means we understand how we can move and work through that magic. There's no such thing as an absolute curse or an absolute death or whatever, right? We understand how to maneuver around the setting. But you need to have those rules to kind of establish the framework of the story. If you don't have rules for a story, what you have is Harry Potter. And I'm going to say that as bluntly as I can, because Harry Potter is a perfect example of a story that has very bad surface logic. In other words, everything only makes sense if you don't think about it at all. Random example. The main villain of Harry Potter is the product of the fact that he was born via non-consensual birth. That is to say, his mother forced herself upon his father, and now he is broken because of that. Now, okay, on the surface level that makes sense, but hang on. How many other bajillions of times has that happened and never produced anything wrong? It acts like he's the only time that's ever happened, ever. In a setting that's supposed to mirror real life, in which love potions are a regular and easily accessible resource. That's just one example. Literally, just the first one that was on the top of my head, because I was talking about it with a friend recently. There is so much that does not make sense in that setting. And that's my point. It is a setting without rules. And so the whole thing is just... Star Trek tends to have no rules. It actually varies from show to show, and in some cases from episode to episode. But even Star Trek tends to have some relatively basic rules that it likes to adhere to. You get it. So there's all kinds of... Oh, and that's never happened before, Traxia. Look, regardless of the fact that J.K. Rowling is a garbage human being, Harry Potter has issues. All of us, I think, have known that for the last 20 years. Like, that's not news, right? Yeah, exactly, Loke. Exactly. And it's like, really? The point I'm trying to reach is that, in my opinion, settings should have rules. Now, as with most things, the way it works, the way I like to describe it is very, very simple. Imagine the number 0 is the rule. That's the line, right? Now, there's a gradient going up to 0. You know, there's 1, there's 0.9, there's 0.989, there's 0.887, and you could slowly gradient up to this. But once you hit 0, you can't go past 0. That's the line, right? That's the rule. That's the boundary that helps define what the setting is. So, for example, you could say, let me use a direct example, there shouldn't really be extensive cybernetics within Star Trek. Why? Yeah, actually, good comparisons even. Because that's just not what Star Trek is and how it operates. However, we can have some asterisks and some gradients on there, like Geordi, for example. Let me use another example. I'm trying to think of a setting I haven't covered lately, because all of these are things I've just talked about, like, within the last couple of days. I'm trying to think of something else. I can't think of it. I'm sorry. You get my overall point. Death is another one. Like, death is a thing that should probably function as a rule in most settings. And honestly, does actually function as a rule in most settings. Now, interestingly enough, in some settings, bypassing death is a rule. We're actually staring at one of them. One of the reasons Lord Harrowmont was making fun of me for this, but one of the reasons I keep emphasizing permadeath is because permadeath is actually unusual in Warcraft. Most things that die keep going to some extent or another, right? Either their essence goes on, or their spirit becomes an ancestral spirit, or they become one with the elements, or become one with nature, or they go on to the Shadowlands. Not this one, the real Shadowlands, or whatever, right? There's something that happens to you after you die, and you keep going. It is permadeath that is the rare exception, and permadeath does exist. It is also incredibly rare, to the point where pretty much every time permadeath has shown up, it has been a plot point. It's one of the reasons I kept making fun of Shadowlands, the expansion, because of the fact that it just threw the permadeath rule out the window whenever it suited it, and that's irritating when it's been a plot point every single time it's shown up before now. It should be a big deal every time there's permadeath, and it's just like, You get my point. So I'm kind of with you, but I'm kind of not, if I'm making any kind of sense, Load. Probably not. That's okay. I
Beware,
accept being
Huntress.
stupid.
This road is no longer safe.
Okay, I meant to say this earlier. I knew I was going to be interrupted in a few minutes. So let me just try to get a nice shot here, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, time to destroy Lunaruth once and for all. Hey, Mr. Red. Do me a favor, if you get a minute. Go check the latest short on my YouTube channel, and then look at the comments on it. You don't have to look at the short, just look at the comments.
Is there prey to catch? Watch the shadows. Beware of danger in the woods. Watch the shadows.
The Horned Hunter is no longer here, but I know where he went. He tracked his prey to the west of here in the Elder Stand. These woods in particular have grown dangerous as of late, and we are currently beset by invading devourers. Hey! They've overrun the roads between here and the stand.
Beware of danger in the woods. Let's get moving. This way.
Okay. Sure, Luke. I'll open up Discord in the background here.
Look! Those rifts must be how they enter the forest. Close them, quickly.
Oh my god, there's a server shutdown.
That
God damn it.
at bay for now. Let us continue our search.
I'm going to get through this stupid Ardenweald campaign. You can't stop me, game.
I do not like the look of this place. Stay close.
I would, but you left. You're up here for some reason. Come here. Dude. For Christ's sakes. In about 12 minutes, Spartan. Great, now the quest is bugged.
Let's get moving. This way.
Oh, there he is. There he is. He fixed.
I do not like the look of this place. Stay close.
Could you come here instead of getting stuck in the terrain, please? Could you hurry the frell up? Jesus Christ.
Look out!
Oh, no.
That scent. Your spirit has walked the same path as mine. I am Hulm High Mountain, the Horned Hunter.
Hello, Hulm. I haven't seen you since
Sir,
Legion.
It is an honor to meet you, and to be saved by you.
Oh, hey. A legendary thing. Eh. I believe I understand, but I cannot help you right now. Allow me to explain. In the meantime, could you carve this carcass up for me? Your prey always has something to teach you.
For Queen and Grove, Lord Hearn has tasked me with culling the Devourers. Left unchecked, they will consume what little anima remains in Ardenweald. I cannot return until my quarry is slain, nor can I offer you aid in tracking yours. That said, a good huntsman knows when to accept help. Hunt with me, and I will return the favor.
Okay.
I serve the Wild Hunt.
I'm ready, Demon Hunter. We hunt a World Eater. They are the largest of the Devourers. Massive beings who can drain anima from an entire region in a matter of moments. With Ardenweald suffering from the drought, which I remind you still exists because we haven't killed Deothrius yet, a World Eater's presence could prove disastrous. Still, we must not rush into battle without the first understanding our prey.
Together, we are strong. Let the hunt begin.
Thank you, Pokemibo. I will put that down towards Kingdom Hearts 1, Kingdom Hearts 2, which is technically Kingdom Hearts 3, and Kingdom Hearts 3, which is like 10, I think. I don't know. I've lost track at this point. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What I found funny about it, Mr. Ed, was that wasn't even the point of the clip. That was just me chatting about something. And then it happened to be a moment in which you were in chat talking about Kingsfield 4. And naturally, that's what the comment responds to, is you. My next stream upload will just be chat. Nothing else. No game, no me. Just a live video feed of chat. Have you noticed that we haven't had our Covenant abilities ever since we actually joined a Covenant? I'm just vaguely amused by that. Well, I did that in Baldur's Gate 3 as is. Because it actually has that functionality. I think there was one other game we had that had that. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, though.
World Eaters instinctively drain anima from their surroundings. One must have come in contact with this bush.
I can't remember what it was. I just didn't matter.
Devourers are drawn to areas rich in anima. A swarm like this means that the drought is truly dire.
Sure, Czar.
This foliage was once brimming with anima, though it likely did little to satiate the World Eater.
Well, when I played Baldur's Gate 3, the ending was practically non-existent, so I can't say I had a happy ending or a bad ending or even an ending at all. I gave it a lot of negatives because it was really bad. Also, I'm pretty sure the evil ending wasn't in the game at all when I played. Yeah, another interesting little tidbit. A lot of voice acting when it's the Devourers, not a lot when it's the Drust.
I believe I have found its trail. Give me a moment. There. We can track it now. Let us face the beast.
No, Linnea Ruth. It was just the ending was not... I don't know how else to say that. There was not really an ending. There was no ending to speak of. The game stopped. The end. Palm, could you hurry up, please? Good afternoon, Jay Palmer. Came here. This is the end of the trail. Hang on.
Wait. That is Voris, the Realm Eater. A mighty foe. And one. It can sense us. Prepare yourself.
Okay.
Hang on!
What? Okay. What?
Voris is no common world eater. For all of our stealth, it was still able to detect us. We will need a cunning strategy to defeat it. And I think I know where to start.
Uh-huh. Can I just go defeat it? Like, is that cool? Can I do that? Look, I got 4 minutes. Can we hurry this up, please, Holm? It's so slow to... Yeah, you don't have dragon flying yet. What is dragon flying? Well, you see...
Greetings, traveler. Ardenweald will endure.
Okay. Well,
hunt with pride.
Since we got 3 minutes left, I might as well answer these 2 questions I just got. This better be a short maintenance. God damn it. Okay, so Zara asked a question. Somewhere. There it is. I think I found it. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting it. Look, I got 2. I just said I got 2 questions. This just proves that Loke doesn't listen to me. I had a strange story idea thought yesterday involving a lightsaber crystal. A Jedi and a young small kid need to escape, run through a dark, dangerous place to safety. But the kid is scared of that place and doesn't want to go in or can't run from the fright. The Jedi normally would just carry the kid on their back or levitate the kid, but they're exhausted. It only has enough energy to run added from the adrenaline. So the Jedi get the idea of taking out their lightsaber crystal from the hilt and temporarily give it to the child to just calm and distract them. Would this idea be possible or believable for Jedi to do, or dumb and stupid? Okay, so obviously you're talking about canon Star Wars, not R Wars. Because in R Wars that wouldn't work. But in canon Star Wars, that would be incredibly dangerous and one of the most insane things they could have possibly done. Lightsabers are really, really terrifyingly dangerous tools. I know they don't portray it that often because they're just laser swords in the shows for the most part. But like, for real, imagine, like, have you ever been around a small child? Have you ever taken care of a kid? They don't really pay attention. Their situational awareness is relatively low. And so they will just be like, ah, da, da, da. And I could just picture it, be like, I can see it. They just don't really realize they have a light death thing in their hand, so they just turn a little bit too quickly. Now the Jedi's dead because they turned a little bit too quickly. Like, that's all it would take. That's all it would take. Or, whoops, I accidentally dropped it. And they're dead again. Anyways. Now, having said that, a Jedi would totally do that. It would just be really, really terrifying and dangerous. So, Dr. Loke says, from what I feel, it's that you're literally Hitler. Yes. Once a rule for a setting is established, you need to stick with it, but that shouldn't be used in a way to break the logic of the setting. I feel we might agree on this, but you have to tell me, Laura. You will have to tell me, Laura, but it shouldn't be used to depower the player, though I'm pretty sure power is the word I'm looking for. It's like taking the player agency away. Kind of, yeah. So, like, let me use a direct example of what I think you're talking about. In Dragon Age Origins, one of the major points... What would the crystal do, Zar? What would be the point of giving the crystal? Words. In Dragon Age Origins, or games like that. Actually, you know what? I will use an exact example. This is a minor spoiler, but in Baldur's Gate 3, there's a consequence of a specific quest which can only go a certain way. The game actually takes control away from you, the player, and in so pulling it away... Hybrid crystals glow, Zar? Really? Takes control away from the player and forces you to do something. And once you have done something, then it gives control back to you. Everyone I have ever seen, personally, who's played that game, has had issues with that exact point. Well, I don't know, Zar. You know better than me. I don't pay attention to the AU all that much, to be quite honest with you. But that sucked. Like, taking away player agency in a game that is completely designed around player agency. Baldur's Gate 3 is very, very big on player choice. It's huge on how you interact with quests, when you interact with quests, what you do in quests, etc. Different situation, although Spartan brings up another good example, which is Spec Ops The Line is what Spartan's mentioning. In Spec Ops The Line, there's a part of the mission where you absolutely, positively have absolutely no option whatsoever other than to drop Willy Pete on a whole bunch of people. And that is exactly as horrific as it sounds, but it is very, very, very forced upon you. And it's very cruel. We went through it, right? Like, it's the only scene anyone talks about from that stupid game. And we went through it, and it kind of sucked when we went through it because it was so incredibly forced. It wasn't even properly designed. It wasn't even, like, properly explained or built in, but it was just, do this. When you take player agency away, you have to be very careful about how you do that. One of the more common ways that people will get away with taking away player agency is by taking it away temporarily and then giving them the option to get a comeuppance for having done so. A boss stuns you into vulnerability so that later you can go and defeat the boss, is a very, very simple example of that kind of a thing. But even that is something you don't want to hit that button too often, right? So, again, something like WoW, where we can run around and help and cure and heal and aid, and have been doing so since vanilla, suddenly being like, all right, do this whole quest chain. Whoops, can't cure. What? Because that's not only taking away from the setting, as previously described, but also, again, from you. And yeah, Kai Lang in Mass Effect 3 is another perfect example of a very, very bad way of doing a supposed to lose. It's one of the reasons why supposed to lose boss fights are almost always bad. Sure, breakfast sampler. Doesn't make it any better. It's like walking up to someone and punching them in the face, and they're like, "Hey," and you're like, "Damn, doesn't it suck when someone walks up to you and punches you in the face?" Also, I kind of hated Spec Ops The Line. That was not a good game. Look, ignore the story axis for just a second. That game played like ass. Oh my gosh. Actually, yeah. You know what? Another good example. Just 2 days ago, I want to say yesterday, just 2 days ago, we were going through the Revendreth campaign where we kept having to work for Senior Evil for a really long time. For most of the zone, actually, if you're paying attention, like really think about the zone for a second. We all show up, and the first thing that happens is we get the opening tour to get an idea what Revendreth is. The second thing that happens is the Chamberlain, you know, that jackass, voiced by Cam Clark, shows up and he's like, "Hello, I am evil." And it's just oozing off of him. We then spend 90 to 95% of the zone being evil until we get all the way up to the Ember Ward. That's when we finally stopped being evil, was right before the Ember Ward. Think about that for a second. If you don't remember, it was Ember Ward, and then rescue Renathal from the Maw, and then attack Denathrius. 3 steps before the end of the zone was when we finally stopped working for Denathrius. I gave that a negative before you asked, because that pacing was awful. Ignoring the obvious fact that we're working for the bad guy for way, 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 way too long, the end of the zone just is, and we're done. Like, you can actually feel there was supposed to be another chapter or story arc there, and it just wasn't. Would Kai Lang have been better if he was a silent enemy? Kai Lang talks? No, I'm sorry. Troy Baker is one of the only salvaging aspects of Kai Lang. So, no. How long is this supposed to be again? Let's check here. Yeah, like probably about the moment we hit the town where we start talking about the Tithe Lord, that probably should have been the moment we were like, okay, hold up. If you remember, there was actually a quest where we were like, and I thought, bad memories, I thought that was the moment we were going to swap sides, because there's a quest where we have to go and suss out the rebels. Do you remember that quest? It was actually a side quest, but it's like we must find out who was the traitor. And we go down, and it ends up that all three Venthyr are like, "It was you! No, it was you! No, it was you!" And they're all pointing guns at each other, and then they all kill each other. And then an actual rebel shows up and is like, "Huh, okay, that worked out well." And I figured that was the moment we were going to switch, right? Switch sides. Nope. Let's see if there's any news on what they're doing. I'm sure they're just bug patching. Could you have picked any other time to do this? Like, any other time at all? Okay, that's not true. Maybe during my lunch break, I just work with me. Wow, work with me here. I know, I don't matter. Nothing on their Twitter feed. Eh. I'm going to be impatient and try 5 minutes later. Surely it'll be up after 5 minutes, right? Surely, surely, surely. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. Well, their last post was 12 hours ago, Jay Palmer, so they're obviously not keeping up on it as much as they used to. First thing I checked was actually MMO Champion, because that has a blue tracker. No, of course not, Blade Taval. Listen, my friends are being tortured is just it's like a hello, right? In some cultures you shake hands, in some cultures you give like the polite bow, in some cultures you torture their friends. It's just how things work in the Shadowlands. I was poking at Stellaris recently. Force Lightning. Hello. I was poking at Stellaris recently. How many of you have played that lately? Because they have added so many new mechanics and systems that I have no idea what it is. It's going to be, like, wild. Especially since, like, by the time we actually get to it, apparently they're getting rid of pops or changing how pops work. It's very strange. I'm looking forward to poking at that. You know what? I feel like showing off something. Do you mind if I just show off something while we're just sitting here waiting? Is that cool? So, our current co-op game, which we're probably going to finish tonight, actually, is a game called Icarus. Icarus is a survival builder. Not a bad one. A little janky. It took some getting used to where the actual game was, because the structure of the game is very, very weird. Let's see if I can pull this up on camera. Listen, we need to have a play. Yay! By the way, your friends are being tortured. Yay! Isn't that great? It's okay. They're fine. They're just being tortured. It's just a hello. That's all it is. There. Okay. I actually don't have the in-game music playing because it sucks. I've been playing Surviving Mars music. So for the full experience here, let's just get Surviving Mars music going. Okay, so here's the weird thing about this. The worst scene in all of WoW so far, Sylvanas executing Zelling, and then right in front of everybody who disagrees with her, and then the freaking and then capturing Bane. And everyone's just like, okay, that is the worst scene in WoW so far. So, here's me, level 49. The weird thing about this is the game is designed to be kind of roguelite, but we don't want to play it that way, so we haven't been. So what you're supposed to do is, like, hop into maps and like, do missions, all kinds of fun stuff. And we haven't. We've just been doing one persistent world. And as you do stuff, you're supposed to find exotics and sell them and get Ren and buy all these things, and we haven't been doing that either. We've just been playing the game. So for anybody interested in Icarus, I recommend just playing the game. Preferably if you have a group. I would not recommend this game solo. This is another one of the many, many games that I don't think I would ever play without a group. Knife. Kinda? They're both the same genre, Survivor Builder, but they're pretty different in execution, as I suppose that's obvious. Knife. Now it's just loading. Come on, finish loading, finish loading. There it goes. Okay, so. So I've kind of already showed off most of the base, which is pathetic. But so here's what the game looks like. We're in the forest biome. There's a forest biome, a frost biome, and a desert biome. Let me get my biggest complaint of the game out of the way immediately. This is travel speed. Most games like this have something somewhere to increase movement speed. This does not. I mean, there's holding down shift, which drains stamina, of course. But that's it. And that sucks. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lore, you just want to move too fast. Yes, I do. However, the real problem here is that this world is ginormous. Do you see all this? Do you see all this? This tiny sliver is all we've explored ever. In fact, we generally don't go past these 9 blocks right here, from K11 down to M13. Like, this is our movable range, because, trust me, if I was to head up here, it would take several minutes of just holding down W in order to just get up here. It is a huge world map with no real movement options. Now, there are mounts, kind of. There's a big asterisk to that. But for all intents and purposes, this is it, just running. There are no other options. Grounded had other options. Skyrim has other options. Oblivion has other options. Satisfactory has other options. This game has walking. So here's the asterisk. If you go down an entire tech tree and go into ranching and kill the boss and then take its child and then go and raise the child and then give it the proper food, then you could have something which is about this fast. But it doesn't drain stamina. That's it. I should mention that it is substantial. You'll notice we don't have any of those, and that's because it is substantially cheaper to just craft good food, which gives you much more stamina. Anyways, so movement sucks. So you also can't build roads in the traditional sense. These are actually my roads here. I am unironically proud of this idea, even though it's a really dumb basic idea that everyone could have thought of. Because I wanted to build roads to track where we could go for certain mines or certain nodes. And so you could actually see it in the distance. There's just the line of pillars. And that's the road. That's how you travel. Originally, I was going to have lights on those. But let me tell you, setting up electricity wiring, which is this mechanic right here, is incredibly irritating to do. I decided to save myself the headache. So let me show off the base. This is the part I am most proud of. See, I disagree, Lo. Getting the food was a lot easier, cheaper, quicker, and is better. Let's say you're attacked while on a mount. Can you immediately turn on an attack? No. You have to slowly dismount. While your mount's getting attacked, your mount might be killed while you're getting off of it. Then you successfully get off it, then you pull out your weapon, then you start fighting back. Or, I could turn, pull out my gun, and shoot them. Food buff is just better in every way. So here's the base. The base was my job. I've been playing with 2 other players. One of them has been primarily focused on guns and cooking, which has more overlap than you'd think. And the other one has been primarily focused on gathering. Like, a lot of that ore and steel and concrete comes from them. The building in this game is kind of wonky. It's similar to Valheim, if you're familiar with that, in that there needs to be enough... correct, Loke. There needs to be enough support to hold stuff up. So, like, if I just build straight up, it'll just collapse because it can't support itself. So our original base was this one right here, which we have since destroyed out of catharsis. But this is where we got started. Just basic wood with a couple of stone walls. We quickly realized we needed more room for all our crafting, which led to the creation of this base. You can see some of the wiring is still here. That's all me. I've even got a light here. I should grab that. It's just draining energy for no reason. There we go. This is where you make fuel, which is mandatory until you get an electric grid going. one of the more irritating aspects of this game is it's all survival-y, but the survival mechanics are very underbaked. There's food, which you need. There's water, which you need. There's oxygen. And if you don't get the right type of all three, you get debuffs. Debuffs lower your movement speed, your carry capacity, and your stamina. In other words, all of that is just irritating. None of it feels like well, until you get to the high-end stuff, it doesn't feel like you have a benefit for taking care of your survival needs. Instead, it's just there to irritate you. For example, if I was to drink from this water right now, I would guaranteed get dysentery. If I drink from rainwater, I have a 5% chance to get dysentery. So we instead have this electric water pump, which pumps the water all the way over here into our third base. This one took literal days to build. And that filters into an actual electric water purifier, which then can give us water that will not give us freaking dysentery. We even have a fridge now. We just got this a couple days ago. I'll go ahead and eat some food. I'll eat more food than that. There we go. Okay. So I'm really proud of this. This was extremely expensive, and like I said, it took about 3 days to build. What are you doing in here? Get out of here. 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 Oh, whatever. So this is all concrete. You're probably thinking, why is it concrete? Well, as you can see right there, concrete has a durability of 4,000. Most stuff, like say wood, has a durability of about 500. So it goes wood, it goes thatch, wood, stone, concrete. Concrete is the highest tier. This is here so we never have to worry about things like storms or outside problems or just whatever. I still have to go around and repair every now and then. Speaking of which, yeah, you can see the doors actually are a little bit damaged there. Yes, game, I know. Thank you. So, very, very expensive. Took absolutely very... Concrete takes stone, silicate, iron, and coal in order to make, on like 5 production lines. So that was the whole thing. And those are glass ceilings, because that's our lighting. We actually don't have a lot of electronic lights in here. It's all natural light from the glass ceiling. Rather proud of that one, too. The spawning is weird, is the answer. In fact, occasionally, and it looks like there's none right now, you'll see plants poking in through the floor because we're actually up on stilts here, see? So sometimes, like this one right here, sometimes these plants just kind of poke up through the ground. It's a little bit of a janky game. I'm not trying to defend that. Anyways, this is Pax's area right here. This is where he builds armor, weapons, and all kinds of other fun stuff like that. In fact, the armor I'm currently wearing, which is this suit, or this space armor looking thing here, came from him. This is my area over here. This is just the foundry. This is all like, there's the concrete mixer, there's the fabricator, glass smelter, all kinds of fun stuff like that. Thank you, Blue of Alex. As always. Oh yeah, the next thing we're doing, which we are doing tonight, is we're going to go fight the bosses. Once we fight the bosses, then we're done with the game. There's not really an end point in the game, which I suppose brings me to the roguelike thing I mentioned. But give me a second. Let me jot down that donation really quick, really quick. Trails in the sky. Trails of Crossbell. Trails of Cold Steel. And eventually a fourth one. Up here we have this. This probably doesn't look very fancy. In a game like this, where you start off with like a rack for drying food and a basin with charcoal in it to purify water, getting solar power, this is pretty much the end of the tech tree, is getting solar power going. Every single one of these is ludicrously expensive, which is why we only have 4. This powers most of the base, just these 4 solar panels right here. But I mentioned the roguelike thing. So, whoops, wrong thing. It's this thing. There's quests and there's operations. And what happens is you literally load another zone. And you go to some other aspect of the area, and you go do a mission, and the mission gives you rewards, and those rewards allow you to buy stuff at the space station. The space station is this thing up here. I actually briefly showed it off right here. You get Ren, you get exotics, you get super exotics, in order to then gain access to all of this crap. And then you buy more stuff, and then you use your more stuff to do more missions, and there's your rogue loop. So it's a rogue progression game because pretty much everything that's character-centric stays. All your equipment, all your levels, all your talents, all this stuff, all this, and all the technology you gain access to stays. Most of your gear does not, so everything I've got on right now would go away as soon as I start a mission. So I'd have to start fresh. That's the rogue part. Stop walking on my own glass ceiling here. Now, Loke asked if there's no wind or water power, so that's actually an interesting question. By the way, this bridge alone was the effort of pretty much an entire night to make. I'm unreasonably proud of this because, remember, it all has to be supported. So actually had to get in those supports and get them lined up correctly across this freaking river out to the island there, because that's actually an island where our base is. And then getting the proper metal in place in order to get the staircase up, and then getting this railing in place, and it was a whole thing. Building this isn't like Satisfactory or Factorio, where you can just build a gigantic factory by copy-pasting stuff. All of this is done manually. In fact, I would go so far as to say that building is probably not what the game is designed around. I just happen to like building, so I built a giant fence around the base. What do you want from me? Anyways, I promised actually the other two types of power, because there is wind power. Whoa, it's gone. Oh, there it is. Why is it over here? Hang on, hang on. This is called Icarus, Mr. Red. Actually, yeah, Logue. So you see my wind turbine. It's right up there. I'm not going to go all the way up, but it's up on the ceiling. You're probably thinking, hey, why didn't you have more wind turbines going up there? Well, wind turbines suck. They're probably the worst form of power in the entire game. They cost a fair amount of rare resources, and they generate the least amount of power by far. The only benefit of a wind turbine is they are fire and forget. They will always give you power, 100% of the time, and once you set them up, you never have to think about them again. Solar, by contrast, actually needs direct access to sunlight. In other words, in a second here, that solar power, the one in the corner here, is going to stop generating power because that shadow is going to show up over it. So that's why these are up on the roof. They actually detect when they're not getting sunlight. And obviously they don't get power during nighttime. That's what the batteries are for. But then, you asked about hydro. Good morning, Braywin. So hydro has its own detriment. Hydro is probably the cheapest power to set up and generates a good amount of power, but it requires two things. The first is killing that wolf. Wolves are aggro mobs, in case you're wondering. I didn't just do that to be funny. Dark over here. Let's turn on the lamp. So hydro requires, first of all, it has to be an actual river. Now, if you're paying attention to the area we've discovered, there is exactly one river in this entire valley. We happen to be right next to it. So the mere fact that we happen to have access to a river is nice, because otherwise we cannot have hydropower, period. Okay? That's problem number one. Problem number two is hydro slowly generates trash. And it slowly fills up this bin over here on the right. And... whoop, there we go. And if it fills up, then the hydro stops operating, and it stops generating power. You'll notice I have a couple of these set up. That's because all of this was required to then get the power necessary to get the building's function necessary to then build solar panels. Those 4 solar panels generate more than most of this by combined. So this is our in-between. This is our build-up. Most people, as I can tell, don't even bother with building at all. They get like 2 hydros and then just live with that. They do need upkeep, like I said. So unlike the wind, you have to come out and periodically clear these out. So you have to grab these sponges, get these out of there, grab the spoiled plants, and just empty these out so it'll keep functioning. Actually, yes, every power has a downside. Now, solar's biggest downside by far is the fact that it's at the very end of the tech tree and is ludicrously expensive. Once you get solar going, you're good on power. Honestly, 1 solar covered most of the base. I just built 4 because I've been going absolutely hog wild with building. You can't even tell right now, but... well, here, let me show you the grid. So, here's our electric grid right now. As you can see, our solar panels are generating nothing right now. So, we actually are not generating enough power right now in order to keep our systems operating, because I have a lot of off-site stuff, including deep mining drills, which is where we get our resources from. So lots and lots and lots of power is being siphoned off just to keep those drills operating. And we need those drills because we need those resources. Most everything else is relative, like the furnace, the dehumidifiers, the water pumps, the refrigerators, the ceiling lights, all that's little stuff. But those drills are expensive as hell. So, yeah. Right now you see we're draining from the battery to keep that operable. Now you're probably thinking, well, how do you deal with the nighttime? Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because we just do this. Now, you probably didn't even see what happened there because it's so badly designed, but it is now daytime. Yeah, this isn't Factorio. Like I said, the building is kind of a side aspect of this game, which I find hilarious because it's the part I enjoy the most. You see this, Bregman? This took several days to build. Like this room right here alone, just building the box, took forever. In fact, you're probably wondering why. Well, here's what I was building on. And as you can see, here's the rest of it, which is sitting on the actual land of the island that this base is set upon. And remember, you need to have the strongest stuff on the bottom because each stuff has a weight limit for how much it can carry on top of it. So the pillars at the very base of the base had to be concrete. And once I already had concrete at the base, I figured I might as well have concrete at the top because I need it to be able to withstand storms. I'm actually shocked we haven't seen a storm yet. Here's the battery packs, by the way. Actually, I have several of those just kind of put in the corner. Oh no, this electrical system's pretty bad. I haven't even showed you how lining up. So here's the actual grid. Yellow is electricity. Blue is water. I'm actually pretty proud of this, but trust me when I say this is several weeks of experience of how to get this kind of thing lined up in a way that not only makes sense, but actually works for how the game operates. Electrical grids and water grids are a pain in the ass in this game, and clearly tacked onto the game after the fact. And I should mention, at a certain point, everything requires electricity. Like, everything. So, and some of the systems don't quite work. Like, for example, sometimes you're too close to the door, so you don't have, like, cover. Sometimes you're too close to a window, so you don't have cover. It's very strange. The next game we're playing is the Moria game that just came out on PC, like, a few months ago. Here's the outside view of the base, just to show it off again. Look, I'm really proud of this base, okay? I even put a chimney on top, just for the heck of it. Oh yeah, and that's our lightning rod to prevent the obvious. That's kind of it, as weird as that sounds. It's been pretty engaging. This game is called Icarus. It isn't really designed to be what it is, but we've been having fun with it, like I said. Once we go... fall through the roof. Once we go through and actually find and kill a bunch of bots. That's why I've got this gun. This gun, I just got this gun Monday. My weapon before this? Knife. Guns are not actually all that expensive to make. Bullets! Making bullets is insane. Every single bullet is rather costly and resource intensive. Let's see. So you need, let's just go through the whole process. You need spoiled plants, which needs to be processed into fertilizer. You need either flour or sulfur, both of which need to be processed into base gunpowder. Once you've actually figured out base gunpowder, you have to decide what type of gunpowder it's going to go into. We want explosive gunpowder, because of course we do. So, explosive gunpowder requires a further steps. I actually don't even know. Oh, no, right. Explosive gunpowder requires volatile substances. This is funny, so check this out. Let's see. Volatile substances is here, I want to say. Nope, I'm wrong. Where do we make volatile? Oh, it's over here. Yeah. Okay, yep, I remember. Yeah, they are volatile substances which take gunpowder oxide and more spoiled plants. Once you have your... That's in addition to the gunpowder, by the way. Once you have the volatile substance, it only lasts for several minutes. I think it's like 6 or 7 minutes, something like that. Real time, by the way. Everything's real time in this game. So once that's made, you have to then immediately be turning it into the actual finished product, which is the thing I can't remember the name of, but it's the step that then gets combined with the casing. The casing is actually pretty simple. That just takes metal. So you get the gunpowder, you get the volatile substance, you get the finished gunpowder, which is explosive in our case, explosive rounds. You combine that with casing, and all of that produces explosive rifle rounds right there. It's a hell of a thing to go through, but as you can see, it does an absolutely insane amount of damage. Compared to, say, an arrow, which does, like, a tenth of that, I want to say, in terms of damage. Something like that. Yes, this is essentially... I don't even want to say... It is a survival-y game. I should set up another light somewhere. Building is also a pain. Both my co-op partners just stated very early on that they were just going to leave building to me because it was such a pain to do. Nope. Nope. There we go. There we go. Oh, sun's back up. Yay. And there's our glass ceiling at work again. Oh, I forgot to use the sink. I'll wash my hands. There we go. Yep, this is Shadowlands, Malachor. Are the servers back up? Let's go poke at that really quick. I have never played Ark. I don't think Ark's even on the list, and I have no plans to play Ark, so that's probably a big question mark there. Isn't that the PvP one? Yep, none of the servers are up. Thank you, Wenlock. As always. Yep, this is the Brightlands. Patch Trail... No, that's FF14 Patch Trail. Patch Trail. Patch Thin. And Midnight. Well, either way, we all looked at Ark, and we all decided we had no interest in it, so we're not going to play it. I have played Valheim, and then immediately walked away from Valheim because I have a pretty standard policy of not playing games until they're out. Valheim is still early access. While I'm here, there's a little small thing I kind of wanted to do. How's our power grid doing? Oh, we're fine, we're fine. I poked it Don't Starve Together, but it's honestly a little bit too simple for me. Don't mistake me, it's got some good potential, but there's just not a lot of meat on those bones. Okay, so I need this thing? Yep. So what does that take? How many of those do I want is the real question. God, those take 10 composites each? Jesus. V Rising? We're actually about, I'd say, 3/4 of the way through V Rising. We ended up putting it down because we wanted to start over with our third co-op partner. We'll get back to that at some point. I'll dump the composites in here. I should probably go and dump the spoiled plants off while I'm thinking about it. V Risings is a weird one because it's one of those Mega Man games. It essentially has no story. Not really. But I really like the gameplay loop, and I love building the base. I'm a builder, what can I say? I'm gonna try... I've actually mentally thought of this, as opposed to verbally thinking about something. Jesus Lord. I have thought about this several times, about how when it gets to the point where I can actually start playing Dealer's Choice games, I'm going to have to restrain myself in order to not just constantly play builder games, because I love builder games. And there's a few trillion that I've been wanting to try out for years, and I've never actually gotten to get around to. Okay, so we got those, we got those. What am I missing? I got aluminum. We have been having aluminum pouring out our ears. Look at this. This entire chest was full of aluminum for a while there. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Factorio is definitely one of them. Factorio is probably the best, even still, even to this day. I've actually been debating if I want to save Factorio for last or not, because it's just kind of the best, you know? Whoops. Oh, that's right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Man, I can't wait to play Undermined. It's going to be fantastic. Look, it's not... Plus, Factorio has that whole new expansion, which basically doubles the playtime. So, I'm really looking forward to that. Have I tried the Moria game? If I ever needed proof that Loke doesn't listen to me... I know. It's Twitch, and Twitch is buffering. So, you probably missed it earlier, but Ect asks me, what's the next co-op game you're playing? To which I answered, the Moria game. Real quick. So, I've got a few lamps I want to toss out. It's purely cosmetic, right? I just want to toss these out for cosmeticizing. 7. I got 7 of them. So I was debating if I want to put them out, like, on the wall, like on the top of the wall, or if I want to put them, like, at the corners of the base, like have a light, like a big old omnidirectional light, just, like, right there as a beacon kind of a thing. And maybe a little, like, one, so, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish here, maybe. Or I could do, like... Hang on, so it's probably 1 there, 2, and then 3, 4. So 4, ideally it would be 8, but I don't have 8. If I wanted to do that. Or I could do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That might work out. And then I'll have a spare one, which I can work on for later. I don't know, I'm kind of debating. I actually already have a power grid set up on the wall in case I ever wanted to do anything with it. Oh, and if you're wondering what that power line is going off into the distance... You'll notice there's no mines around here. That's because all the mines are several minutes of travel that way and that way. I'm not doing that on camera. So Malachor says we should do the wall. I do kind of like the idea of the wall. So since it's the wall that we're going to be seeing as we come in. Oh, hey, a storm. So these are storms. Real quick. So I've actually talked about this because I literally brought this up when it came to the Maw. Back in Shadowlands. Storms are like the Maw. From a gameplay perspective, hear me out for a second. Game detriments are fine, and games having an aspect of game design that is just a detriment is fine. That's actually arguably a good thing. If done well, because if it encourages you, it puts pressure on you, otherwise pushes you towards a specific thing, that could be a good thing, right? The problem here is, usually there has to be some kind of benefit or side mechanic, or basically something else you, the player, can then do. And that's the important part, taking action to then do, rather than just sitting there and waiting for it to not be. Because the way storms work in this game is once a storm starts, which as you can see, it's all building up around us here, the rain's starting to come in, you can live with it, which just debuffs all your stuff, which makes you slower and carry less, or you can go inside and wait. If this sounds familiar, that's pretty much exactly what the Maw does. The Maw penalizes you for doing the Maw. Once you get to a certain point of the eye, you're done in the Maw for the day, and there's nothing else you can do there except for wait, except in WoW's case, it's wait for the next day. There's no benefit. There's no counter mechanism. There's nothing else happening other than sit and stop playing the game. And anytime a game has a mechanic where it encourages you to stop playing the game for a period of time, I tend to consider that bad game design. The frickin' mission boards in Inquisition is another example of that. So, yeah, what you do is when a storm happens, you just go inside. And you're like, well, okay. And then you wait for several minutes while you wait for the storm to pass. The shame of it... Yeah, I want a video game where I can actually play the game. I know that's weird, but here we are. The weird thing of it to me is all of the systems are in place for this to actually be gameplay. For there to be something to actually do. Congrats, Kraken-san. For example, one of the things you saw earlier, as I pointed out, is there's a lightning rod over there. Maybe the lightning rod could be connected to like a, would that be a transistor? No, that doesn't sound right. Some electrical thing which then helps charge your batteries while a lightning storm is coming in. Maybe while the rain is coming in, you could gather the rainwater. Now, I know what you're going to say if you play this game. You say, but you can gather rainwater. Rainwater has a guaranteed chance of giving you dysentery. So, no. Even when you get the really nice rainwater thing, it still gives you dysentery, is what's saying. You know, and there's options. Like, there's things, maybe you could do something in order to make this storm work for you, get some benefit. Maybe like a risk-reward thing, right? Maybe there's some extra resource that only shows up during a rainstorm. Maybe there's, like, certain items that only work in rain, or maybe items that work properly, or better, or are buffed, or whatever. Something, some kind of benefit. But yeah, this is just Breath of the Wild all over again. It's raining, sit there and wait. And anytime there's a just sit there and wait mechanic, it tends to grind my gears. High off the deeper end. Yeah, exactly. Something should make you think, ooh, it's a rainstorm. There should be a question mark there. Do I want to risk dealing with this rainstorm, or do I want to play it safe? If it's the player's decision to hole up, that's fine. If it's the mandate that the player has to hole up, that's not. Anyways, sorry. Rant off, but like this is relevant because this is exactly what Shadowlands does with the Maw, with how it operates in the Maw. The Maw is even kind of pseudo-roguelike while we're there. Yeah, maybe there's certain stuff that you can do inside while it's raining. I don't know, something. But I digress. Let's get back to curing the Night Warrior. Damn right, Hazardous. Negative to gameplay. Died. Anyway, sorry, you asked if I played The Forest. I have not played it. My friends have vetoed it, as far as playing. Mostly because it's still... It's a game we might, maybe someday be interested, but it's a little bit gross for one of our players. It's honestly a bit gross for me, too. We've been eyeballing Sons of the Forest, but the problem is, near as we can tell, that one's not any more finished than its contemporary, and is also going to be pretty gross, so... probably not. Did it do it again? It did it again! Look, it reset my freaking tracker again!
I serve the Wild Hunt.
We will need to be properly prepared before we face Voros. The digestive juices of Ardenweald's Gorm dissipate the anima in their food. Ingesting them causes devourers no small discomfort. For a beast of that size, we need a lot of it. You want me to go get Gorm vomit?
Hunt with pride.
Voros is clearly content to roam the Elder Stand. We will need to lure it to us. Or we could go fight it over there?
Ardenweald, gather what we need from the Gorm. Then we will end the Realm Eater.
Oh yeah, that's new, by the way. It's just a tab up here now. Okay. I will say, by the way, one other thing about Icarus. So, we picked up Icarus on a false premise. And that premise was that it had a story mode. All of us are into story, and we don't like playing games that don't have story. Now, yes, I know V-Rising, for example, has story, but it doesn't really have story in a way that we really enjoy. Shut up. You know, Subnautica, right? Subnautica has story. Grounded has a story. There's a campaign, there's a plot, there's progression. Icarus does asterisk, and that's the problem. So when we picked it up, we were like, aha, this is going to be great. What in the world? Gross. We were very excited to go ahead and see what this story was, especially since the narrative behind Icarus is fascinating. I'll tell you about it in a second. Here's the catch. Icarus, the base game, has no story. It has the premise, and that is it. And I do mean no story at all. None. We picked up Icarus when it was being advertised because a new DLC had just come out, a new campaign, which, based on how I just phrased that, you can understand, has a campaign mode. It actually has an honest-to-goodness story arc, with missions and plot and progression and everything. We didn't know that wasn't in the base game. We just sort of assumed the whole game had a campaign. It does not. So, for anybody interested in Icarus, the DLC is the only thing that has any story access to it. Now, since I told you, I would go ahead and tell you what the premise is. The premise of Icarus is that, I don't think I have, Loke. I don't know, that sounds familiar. Let me get back to that. The premise of Icarus is that there's this planet they found, which they tried to terraform, and it failed miserably. You can tell because all of the trees and the animals and the grass and the water. Sure. Anyways, but the terraforming apparently failed, but in the process of failing, it created this new foreign substance, which we call Tiberium. Phazon. I'm sorry. It's called exotic matter. And so now a mega corporation has decided to send several people, that's us, ahead of the curve with nothing but literally what we have strapped to our backs in order to go and extract all those valuable resources. And that's the premise. It's kind of an interesting premise, but it falls apart the moment you think about it for 5 seconds. For example, in this, you saw the area, right? You saw where I was? Did you know? Yeah, it's actually called exotic matter. In the area I was just at, it probably looked like your typical alpine forest, right? Thing is, the water is toxic and the air is unbreathable. Despite the fact that there's tons and tons of pine trees all over the place. Feel free to think about that for longer than 5 seconds. This is that Harry Potter problem we were talking about earlier. It falls apart the moment you think about it at all. Now, supposedly in the campaign mode, you're in a much more alien biome, and that would make more sense, but we don't have the campaign mode because that's a DLC. It's like a $30 DLC. Yeah, exactly, Magister. It should have been some hellscape. It should have been some nightmare land. Because, again, at the very beginning of the game, getting oxygen, water, and food is actually a huge problem. In fact, our actual strategy for the very beginning of the game was, as we're slowly running around trying to figure out how the mechanisms work, how to build shelter, and how to, like, cook and eat, we would just kind of rotate who died. Because once you're rezzed, your needs, your water and food needs, would go up a little bit from where they were when you just starved to death. And so we would just kind of rotate deaths. Now, here's the really strange part. Icarus came out like 7 years ago or something like that. So you'd think, oh, it's an abandoned game. No wonder it's all crap and all that. They still update it every week. And I do mean weekly. Like, the next patch, I believe, is today. And that just continues to blow my mind, because they are constantly updating the game, bug fixing, and adding new content. And it sure doesn't feel like it. It feels like a game that's 2 steps out of early access, not 7 years after launch while still being regularly maintained. Thank you, Zeiss, for the sub. I do always appreciate you. Give me 1 moment, please. Because it isn't a finished game, Luke. Is that R1 or R2, Zeiss? As in West, Cyberpunk. 2, thank you. Near as I can tell, what happened was they threw together the game for release for 1.0, which seemed very early accessy, as you just described. Don't feel like fighting you. And like like Dakota just mentioned, it was probably store-bought assets. Then, once they got out of that, and they started making that DLC I mentioned with the campaign mode, they started making the actual new custom stuff, which is, it's worth noting, is a much more alien biome, like I just said. So, new, actual, real, non-store-bought assets, and, different gameplay, different structure, different style, different everything. And it feels like, and this is just interpretation, but it feels like they released the base game, 1.0, to fund making the DLC, which was the game they wanted to make the whole time. I'm not saying that justifies it, that's just the vibe I'm getting. I should also mention the DLC also has more overworld design. So here's one of the weird problems of the base game. You saw how tiny of a sliver of that one valley we'd explored? Well, part of the problem is there's no reason to explore anywhere else. We could go to the desert biome, but all we do is have an absence of certain resources like rivers and water. We could go off and go to the ice biome, but all we do is be absent certain resources. There's no benefit for going there. You don't go to the ice biome to get iron or titanium or whatever, because every resource is in every biome. There is no overworld design to it. Make sense? Now, in the DLC, there is. In the DLC, every biome has its own different types of nodes and different types of resources that spawn specific to that biome, and that then gives you some reason and encouragement to actually roam past the default area. I agree with that, Hazardous. Bragging rights and hard mode is certainly a valid reason to do that, but you can see why I say that there is no overworld design there, because there isn't. Hell, even for the most part, the major difference of being in the desert biome is you have to deal with heat. That's it. Like that's your big difference there. The ice biome is a little bit worse because you have wood is suddenly a rare resource in the ice biome. But other than that, oh, and cold, obviously. But from a gameplay perspective, cold and heat are identical to be dealt with, so you're either dealing with temperature or you're not, and that's kind of it. Currently, we are gathering resources to set a trap for a boss because we can't beat a boss by ourselves and with Holm helping us. Yeah, there's literally a world quest right there. It's those 3 queens. That's a world quest, which we are studiously avoiding. Anyways, it sounds like I'm coming pretty hard down on Icarus, and I am. But that's just because I'm being honest. It is enjoyable to play, especially in a group. I've noticed that survival games in general tend to be one of the better group co-op kind of games. Especially because... This is going to sound like a weird comparison. It's kind of like Dark Souls. The moment you add another player to it, the entire dynamic of the game changes. All of a sudden, you're having to feed 2, clothe 2, shelter 2, or 3 in our case. But you also have someone who can go do something else while you are doing something else, right? Please go gather food while I gather sticks is a very valid strategy. Whereas if you're playing by yourself, you're just constantly running the treadmill trying to keep up, right? It's just, it's a completely different vibe.
Welcome back. Did you find what you need?
And it makes it more enjoyable.
Wild hunt
Me, at least.
the Weald. Beware of danger.
So anyways, we got the trap pieces. Can we go hunt this stupid thing?
Of danger in the woods.
He knew you'd be back. The Horned Hunter went on ahead to prepare the hunting grounds. He said you can join him as soon as you can. Now that you have the materials, you just need to reach him. It's dangerous territory to traverse. I've been devising a glamour that'll help you avoid attention to the roaming beasts. Maybe if it's useful, you could put in a good word for... Anyways, we should focus on your quarry. Good hunting.
Watch the... I've prepared the perfect glamour to help you get by undetected. Just stand still for a moment. There. All set. But, be careful not to make any sudden movements. And whatever you do, don't get too close to the Devourers. Happy hunting.
Cool. We are now hidden. No one will ever be able to tell that we are hidden here. We are truly invisible. Let me get on my flying bat mount. You'll never find me, Lord Haremont. Never!
Ah, you've arrived just in time. Your aim is true.
We have everything we need to kill the boss.
Together, we are strong.
I should probably read that out loud.
I will finish setting the lure. Let me know when you are ready.
Hang on, I'm writing down a donation from Lord Haremont, who was making fun of me earlier, but that's okay. I deserve it. I should probably close this now. Vintage Story. Never heard of that one. It being free is always a bad sign. It being open source is usually a good sign. Come on. Please load. Okay. Disgaea. RNC 2, thank you for putting the number there. Going Commando. And Stellaris, we were just talking about that. Thank you, Lord Haremont. Oh, right. Yeah, sure, Mr. Red. Technically, we reviewed One Shot Act. We set the lure, weaken the beast, and land the final blow. Hunting is a battle of wills. Life or death hangs in the balance for all of us. It has always been this way, on Azeroth as in on Ardenweald.
Greetings, traveler. The trap is set. Follow me. We must stay hidden as we wait for Voris to emerge.
Okay. Interesting.
Our prey is weakened. Strike now! Well fought. That was no easy prey, even for the wild hunt.
You sure, buddy? That felt pretty easy, honestly. Especially for something called a World Eater.
I serve the wild hunt
Realm Eater.
For Queen and Grove.
The Korra has been slain, my duties fulfilled. The Tyranid are more than capable of defending their home from the lesser devourers. Nature will take its course. I will report back to Lord Hearn, and we will meet you at the heart of the forest.
Together, we are... I must report to Lord Hearn. Then we will speak of your hunt.
Yeah, so now that I've helped you with your side quest... Can we get on with this, please? Sorry if I feel impatient, but it's because I am! Sorry, this whole campaign is just kinda... here. Like, it started off pretty strong, and it's been just spinning its wheels for a while.
Mountain. Long has it been since I witnessed you in battle.
Thank you, Arthur Brand. As always. And, if you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know.
My long slumber has ended.
Even in the afterlife, the legend of Huln continues to grow. You have done well to secure his aid, Neverrip. Let a search begin.
The cycle must be preserved.
Any friend of Jared's Shadowsong is a friend of mine. What would you ask of me, Chandris?
We require your skills as a huntsman. Our efforts hinge on locating an elusive quarry.
The Night Warriors of Elune. We are in need of their aid.
Ah, now this is a true challenge. Very well. I will not rest until I have found them.
You have our gratitude, Horned Hunter. Night embrace you.
While we await word from Huln, another matter of import has arrived. One Samdi has returned to Ardenweald. Lord Hern believes he's here to request an audience with the Queen. The Loa of Death, however, pursues a different purpose, one I have glimpsed in my dreams.
Night embrace you.
I am listening. Tread carefully. On your mark.
Ardenweald will...
This should prove interesting.
Yeah, Gerard is such an interesting character for someone who has so little screen time. It's kind of irritating. So I got that down for the Nest block, Empire Sin, and Dragon Age 4. Thank you again.
The Queen has no interest in your deals, Buon Samdi.
Oh, come on. It's not the Queen me want see. Look like you're not dead. Yet.
Old Buon Samdi knew you're gonna come see me. I got something you wanna hear.
See you soon.
You did good with how you handled Mozala. Maybe wanted to return the favor. We'll be friends after all. Right? That nasty lord be at me mercy now. Him be muttering about some things he stole from the Winter Queen. Come with me to the necropolis. You can see what old Buon Samdi be talking about yourself. You're gonna come back with some real nice for Her Majesty. Real nice.
Come along back to me necropolis, friend. Then we be getting something special for the Winter Queen.
I mean, yeah,
Careful not to trust him, Huntress.
He's cool. Buon Samdi is consistently cool. Thanks. I'm glad you liked my play, Lemon Seed. Yeah, one of the better ways I've ever heard people to describe Gerard's role in the game is that he's Commander Shepard. He doesn't show up very often, but every time he does, he just kind of says, all right, I'm going to take control and we're going to deal with stuff, okay? And then you do.
Let's be right this way, friend. Things might be a little messy, but nothing a big, brave hero can't be handling.
Look who be coming back to his little necro.
Hey, look, it's Hanzabu.
You scared me followers gonna tear it down.
This little Loa. Buon Samdi got plans for your ragged old followers.
Yeah, no, he is the reason. Well, okay, there's actually like 5 or 20 reasons why the War of the Ancients went the way it did, but he was really big. He was a really big reason why we survived the War of the Ancients. Him and his predecessor, which was Ravenloft. Ravenloft has even less screen time, but Ravenloft is one of those fascinating characters. He would have been the hero if he lived. You know what I mean? We talked about that back in Legion. Ravenloft was the guy, a high noble who rebelled against the Queen, who had skill and intellect and reach and resources and charisma and strategic acumen, who died, which left Gerard in charge. But Ravencrest. Was it Ravencrest? Hang on. Let me double check that. Hang on. I might be using the wrong name because I'm stupid. Oh, it doesn't actually say here. But it says here, yeah, this guy, Kurtalos. This dude. This was the guy right here. It was Ravencrest. You were correct. He started the rebellion against Ashara. He started the resistance. He's the first guy who picked up the torch, for lack of a better way to put that.
Another day, another day.
Why you be here? Why not help clean up some of the trash outside the necropolis? For old time's sake, huh? Then we be dealing with Mozala.
Sooner or later, everyone comes to me.
We may know Mozala be hiding something. Old Buon Samdi gonna find out what that be, but this old Loa's presence be drawing all the undead in Nazmir to me doorstep. Me need to take some time to get Mozala talking. There be a troll, Zelhan, leading the undead. Kill him. Show Mozala him broken armor. That should be the end of any hope he has of escaping.
Me forces be here to free me. And then you're gonna be real sorry.
Your disciples be weak, Muzala. Tired old bones and spooky little spirits. One Sunday got all the Zandalari praising me. Without the jailer, you'd just be a poor, forgotten Loa. Poor Muzala.
And as much as that's kind of a mocking, humorous tone, what Bonsomdi is saying is absolutely correct. Remember, Loa tend to be big on deals and gaining power directly from people who work with them and blah, blah, blah. Bonsomdi is currently the Loa of the entire kingdom and is well known and well venerated. Most people don't even know Mwazala exists. Also, little side thing, Bonsomdi has made a deal with us. Mwazala has a couple of undead working for him. Who do you think's going to win that contest?
What do you want with Hamzabu?
How many times must the necropolis come under attack? I suppose no one ever said worshipping Bonsomdi would be easy. Bonsomdi seeks to force Mwazala into revealing his secrets, and I must do me part to help. The undead swarming in the necropolis are animated by Mwazala's dark mojo. Bonsomdi need that mojo. Strike down the undead and claim it.
Tread carefully now. Do not lose your soul.
Many of Bonsomdi's worshippers did not make it inside when the undead began swarming. We need a few more of them to complete Bonsomdi's ritual to uncover Mwazala's plans. I take this powder, throw it on the worshippers, should dispel the dark magic that afflicts them. As for those who are already dead, they'll serve Bonsomdi beyond the grave. That's all we could ever ask for.
Watch yourself.
I don't know if I'd say he's a chaotic schemer, but he is definitely chaotic good. Well, actually, that's not true either. The term is creepy good. That's the terminology for what he is. He is 100% on the good guy's side, consistently, even. But he's on the good guy's side in his own way. And his own way is kind of terrifying. Jesus, Bonsomdi, clean your house, boy. Look at this place. Be free. Be free. You know, I was wondering the same thing, Magister. Mwazala's really old, though. Like, Bonsomdi replaced Mwazala millennia ago. So, I don't know. Then again, this place does look kind of old, doesn't it? A little run down, you know? Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot like WoW has any concept of what time means.
You will fall with Bonsomdi.
Will we, though? And really, you don't have a lot going for you, I'm just saying. Like, you're attached to someone who's pathetic, who is attached to someone who's pathetic. We're gonna be both their asses this expansion, so are you sure? Peekaboo.
free Muzala and reap the reward. Enough! I call upon the dead of the dread Maya! Crush all who oppose Muzala!
Oh, you heard him.
Your bones will decorate Muzala's throne! Muzala has already won.
Does this guy even know that Muzala doesn't reward his followers, but instead demands sacrifices and pain from them? Why would you ever follow a deity like that? I've always wondered that, especially in a setting like Warcraft, where there's all kinds of other options, right? Like, why would you willingly follow someone like Hakar, for example? What the hell? Anyways. Zelhan be marching in here with your head. We can enjoy seeing your soul tortured into more. Me got plans older than you, Night Elf. Slaying Zelhan mean nothing to me. You understand? His gaze remains focused on the broken armor in front of him.
So, what brings you to visit lonely old one Samdi?
Look at all this mod shot. This be just what we need to make little Muzala talk. Don't you be worrying about the other undead out there. Old one Samdi got a plan for them.
Don't you worry now. I'll never be far away.
Also, he just mentioned specifically he's going to make sure that none of those souls go to the Maw. Like, in case there was any doubt. Here, let me read that out loud. Sorry, I shouldn't have skipped through that so quickly. I apologize. Because we've talked before, and it showed up during the dungeon, that he flat out refuses to let these souls pass on to the Shadowlands. In other words, he is directly keeping them from the Maw. This is just another example of that. If this would ever load. There it is. Don't you be worried about the ones who passed on. Old one Samdi not letting them go to the Maw. Here been a deal. To get Muzala talking, we gotta feed him a teensy bit of life essence of everybody in the room. Why you be looking at me like that? When has old one Samdi ever let you down? Me gonna use the mojo you got to pull the truth out of what he be feeding. Oh, two more things. First, I need you to be ringing an invitation to a special friend. And then I be giving you more me mojo powder. You use it during the ritual, if enemy followers get too weak.
Sure, the special guest gonna be real interested to hear what Muzala be saying. They got a special connection.
Okay. It's so dark in here. Hello, Vol'jin.
One Samdi, you be too important to summon me yourself.
Now don't be such a fussy pant, man. I got some here you're gonna wanna see. Hello! I go loose the binding on Muzala now. You best be making sure my people don't be lost to his power. Think you're breaking free now, Muzala?
Foolish Noah, you don't be stopping me, power. First, I'll be feasting on your followers. Then you.
This is a fascinating quest, by the way. Gameplay-wise.
I be calling the shots now. So you better start telling me all the bad things you done to Ardenweald.
Ha! Me no bow down to your cheap tricks.
Sure, such a grumpy loa. I said speak.
You be too late. Me gave an ancient spirit the chance to be joining me. They made a bad choice. And now they be trapped in the Maw.
You don't see. Well, good thing they got to deal with this mortal who got jump in that bad old place and be getting out again.
time. A long time.
His dick is so big.
War's been burning this whole world to ashes. All over one little whisper to this foolish troll. That voice whispering is the poison be burning in me veins. Wind runner. Oh, you like me whispers, little chieftain? Was gonna send your soul to the maw myself. But you're born to this world, be too hard to break. You be boring us, Mozala. Time for you to go back to the other side. Don't you worry, though. You got yourself a new master. Your old friend, Bwansamdi. It be me who named Sylvanas war chief, but Mozala and the jailer, they be pulling the strings all along. Then how about we get a little payback, Rescue that ancient spirit from the maw and bring it nice and safe to the Winter Queen. You make a little time for me.
That's actually something I've pointed out a few times, Magister. In fact, that goes all the way back to Cataclysm. The problem when you listen to the spirits for advice is you sort of... The people make this automatic presumption that the spirits have answers, or correct answers, or know what they're talking about. And none of those things are necessarily true. There are people who don't know, there are people who don't want to help you, and there are people who are actively against you. Mozala is one of the more obvious examples, but we actually saw this in Kata, because spirits also includes elementals. There's a reason why so many of the members of the Twilight Hammer were shamans.
I'm gonna be here a long time.
You heard it from Mozala himself. Thanks to old Bwansamdi. There be an ancient spirit trapped in the maw. Me betting the Winter Queen gonna want it back. Good thing you been going down there yourself, huh? Should be nice and easy for you. Me gonna clean up the rest of the undead here. Meet old Bwansamdi in Ardenweald when you get back.
Wait, I got something to say.
What's up, Vol'jin?
These be dark times.
I be going with ya to the maw. Mozala be making a fool out of me. I'm not gonna sit back and let someone else clean up this mess. Okay, let's do it together then.
Always being tested. Bwansamdi. There be no escaping the maw, yeah? If I be going in.
You heard, old Mozala. Your soul still be having threads tying it to Azeroth. Just like our friend here. So hold tight to them threads and don't be fully manifesting your spirit in that dark place. Else your soul might be going poof.
Didn't it be time I set things right? No way I be letting Mozala get the last laugh.
I mean, every now and again, Jaded Fawn. I'm just saying. Yeah, so... Mr. Ed is correct, Valerian. This game is... This is a precept we set up all the way back in BC, actually. BC, for the fact that it got a negative 300 gold bronze number, scored much better than it should have because of Dragonflying. Just because of Dragonflying.
Speak plainly.
Never mind everything else.
Watch the shadows.
Now, that is the nature of the review. We're reviewing the game as it currently exists. That's always been the precept there. We don't review Super Mario Bros. 2 As if this was 1986. You know what I mean? Ugh. However, do I think it's less bad now? Absolutely, yeah. In fact, that's been true for every expansion. Again, going all the way back to BC. Frankly, FF14 is in the exact same boat. Remember, when we were reviewing ARR, we had flight. I guarantee you that I would have scored several of the older zones in FF14 much worse if we didn't. And yeah, drive is going to be another question mark there. I'm actually quite curious how that's going to go. Makes you feel any better. Later this year, we're going to be reviewing STO, which may or may not ever actually get better. So we might be seeing the last hurrah of STO. So that sucks. Yes, you are correct, Blade 12. The trimming had already happened. Yeah, if you remember, several zones scored worse in BC because, and explicitly because, of the fact that they did not have flying. All 4 starter zones were like that, for example. All the BC starter zones. Congrats, Spartan! Hang on.
It would be my pleasure to help you.
Mawaka, allow me to introduce myself. I am Verain. I deal with assets and liabilities for the Cartel Ve. I have heard you are able to travel freely between Oribos and the Ma, a place of great interest to the Cartel. Would you mind if I ask you a few questions? You will, of course, be properly compensated for your time and information. They are the most valuable commodities, after all.
This realm offers infinite opportunities.
I appreciate your willingness to provide us with your odd knowledge. Question 1. Is it true that Jailer's forces have grown in both strength and number? Yes, ever since Denathrius' betrayal. So it remains quite a dangerous place. Question 2. Do you find it challenging to survive amidst the oppressive and unceasing horrors of the Maw? I eat monsters like the Jailer for breakfast. You ever heard of the Burning Legion? Of course. That brings me to the final question. As you have braved the Maw, has Venari proven a valuable ally to you? Before you answer, you remember Venari specifically told you not to mention your arrangement. I'm sorry, who's Venari? Oh, I'm sure you're quite familiar with her by now. There's no way a mortal like you could have survived an excursion to the Maw without her assistance. Tell me everything about your dealings with Venari. If she has chosen not to return to Oribos with you, she will have questions to answer as well. I'm sorry, I've never met anyone named Venari.
Please.
I see.
See me again.
How unfortunate. A word of advice, be careful who you trust, especially in the Maw. You know what I love best about that? I've heard several players take different opinions on that, but let's zoom this camera out just one step for a second. Venari has been helpful and honest with us, universally. She isn't exactly, like, on our side, but she has never been anything other than straight with us, every single time we've interacted with her. Some random broker shows up out of absolutely nowhere and just tries to sideswipe us with a question. For example, if I was to ask Asmiristar right now, Asmiristar, do you mind answering some questions? Let's see. Here's one basic question that is a throwaway question to put you in a decent sense of mood, to throw you off your guard. Here's a second question that has nothing to do with anything. And also, I'm wondering, the eels you're working with in order to take over the world, are you meeting on Tuesdays or Thursdays? Yeah, it's kind of there's leading questions which are more over. This is like a second step under a leading question. It's asking something unrelated to confirm something as part of the leading question. And that's subtle. And so I actually legitimately like the fact that we are like, no, I've never heard of a Venari. I'm sorry, what? So, in other words, the equivalent would be Asmiristar saying, what, eels? What are you talking about? And just completely side-passing it. So I do like this contrast between the rest of the cartel members and, Venari.
And this spirit we gonna save.
Well, let's do it, Vol'jin.
This place, it be worse than I imagined. sensing traces of the spirit nearby.
All me training as a shadow hunter be leading to this moment. Tracking a spirit inside the maw and saving him from eternal torture. Hey, Jaina and Thrall and Anduin are still getting tortured over there. Can we go do something about that? Who are those people? I never heard of them. Okay, whatever. This be a dark place. We gotta track down the spirit who be trapped here. Me think me can pick up its trail, but that be all this old shadow hunter can do. If me be trying to fight with ya, the threads of fate be time with Azeroth might break. Then I be stuck here too. Come on, we best be moving.
Wolf, I be tracking the spirit for ya, but that pure. Anything more, and I'm gonna risk being stuck here forever.
Hey, Venari?
Discover more secrets.
Yes, someone was asking questions about you. Cartel Vave was asking questions about me. I'm flattered. Make sure you never tell them anything. Ever. Come, there's work to do.
Trust not what you see in the mall.
I have discovered one of the jailer's inquisitors is attempting to devise a method to track my movements. Clearly that is a problem for me, and by extension, that is a problem for you. The Inquisitor has risen to the top of my list of potential threats. In the past, I would have to deal with him myself, but now I have a business partner. Put an end to him, yes. And if you can, determine exactly how he intended to track me.
I will. Rule 4. Maintain a list of those who might wish to end your existence. Do not flatter yourself. Your presence on this list is among the least of the Morsworn's functionaries. At the top of my list is an Inquisitor. His position has risen. I would be most generous were his existence to cease by your actions.
For the record, I love Rule 4. It reminds me of an old quote from a movie. Be polite. Be professional. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
We've been spotted. Join this spirit in eternal torment.
Sure thing. Here you go.
They tortured the spirit. They moved it somewhere else. I got the trail.
No. The sniper quote is quoting a movie. I just don't remember the movie in question. But yes, I am obviously aware of the quote from Team Fortress 2. I'm aware of the quote. All right. I always wondered how much prep work Venari put into coming into the Maw. She comes across as very professional in knowing what she's doing at all times. But, to be frank, you don't survive in the Maw long enough to develop those techniques. There's an invasion going on. God dang it. Ignore the giant, necropoli, which is actively attacking the Maw right now. Just ignore that. Ignore it. It's in the future. You don't survive in the Maw long enough to develop the kind of techniques she has to survive in the Maw. She had to walk in with those techniques. Yeah, exactly, Magister. So she had to come in very, very prepped, which makes me wonder what made her so motivated to do so in the first place.
This be a tough one to track, even for a shadow hunter. Let's go.
Music again in the Maw. Ignore all the Kyrians. They're not here. They're not here.
The Asami, a wild god from the War of the Ancients.
And one of the ones who was on the save list from the Queen, if you remember. Hell of a risk, Xavion. Because it presumes, among other things, there is anything of value here. And, further, there's a second associated risk. It presumes she can ever capitalize on it.
Greetings.
You are no torturer. I was in a beautiful forest, and then some forest took me. And my captors returned.
They think they can hunt me? I will see them torn to shreds.
But by you, I'm kind of laid up right now. Could you defend me, please?
The Warrens will claim your soul!
Some yelling.
Well fought. Now come. Vengeance can wait.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not interested in vengeance in the Maw. We got other things to deal with. For real. Here we go. Yeah.
Welcome to Ardenweald. Muzala will yet know my fury. I place my trust in you, mortal.
It's okay. If it makes you feel any better, you have no choice.
I'd be sensing Loa nearby.
What? Another one?
Keep your eyes open.
We'll be here for Ashamain, but me be sensing Law being tortured up ahead. 3 of them, if me be right. Me don't know who they be, but they don't belong in the Maw. Dude, nobody belongs in the Maw.
Spirits be what to Loa. Be somewhere across the breach. We'll best be moving.
We don't want to fight any of this stuff because it's going to raise my eye level. That's the last thing I want, so we're just going to skip all this. We're a demon hunter. And as I pointed out before, doing the double jump and glide is actually faster than running. Those of you wondering, I've done the math. Hyreek! Oh, there's a face I haven't seen since I killed you.
When he be dying in Nazmir.
Yeah, that was me. That was me. Sorry. He was corrupted by a Gahoon, so... She?
There be more Lord this way. Hurry!
I was actually thinking about that, Mr. Red, because there's a pretty good chance we could actually have a form of the constructed afterlives in Warcraft. But... the Maw probably shouldn't be super hell. Such a dismissive way of putting it. I was thinking of Hyreek literally just being the floor. It's bedrock. It is literally the ground underneath the Shadowlands, right? Like, that's it. That's the base. There's nothing below that. And so anyone or anything who gets banished gets tossed down here. That doesn't necessarily mean it can't get out, but obviously getting out is going to be a huge hassle because, well, you physically have trouble getting out, among the other problems. True, Magister. It's also possible they had all kinds of ideas for the Maw and never did anything with any of them because the office was on fire, and once they finally put out all the fires, they decided to move on from it as fast as possible.
Told me she'd been consumed by her own priestess.
Yep. We didn't kill Shadra, we failed to save her. Sorry, Shadra.
There be one Loa left. One almost gone. Rizal, the Loa of Kings.
Remember him?
We need to break that barrier.
Yeah, we killed him too.
What you be needing, man?
It's kind of funny how many Loa are in here that we killed.
Watch the shadows.
Rizal be a powerful Loa, one of the great importance to the Zandalari. We need to rescue him, but this creature be projecting a barrier of death. Nothing be getting in. Vulcan. Unless I'm using my own anima to shield you from its magic. You gotta act fast and kill that monster. My anima not gonna last forever.
We seeing ya.
I be counting on ya. Take me anima and save Rezan.
It's okay. Me and Razan are actually pretty tight. He was pretty impressed with us back in BFA. Boop.
You will join this pitiful lower in torment.
Run. No. Rezan, we're gonna take you out of here. Get your strength back.
Vol'jin is legit.
Vol'jin of the Dark Spear. Your soul is fierce. You seek justice. The last glimmer of my essence is yours. Carry it to Ardenweald. Let all that I was be reborn within you. No, I be just an old shadow hunter. Our people, they be needing you. You are the one they need.
So, we all had a theory, even before this cutscene.
Rezan, and not be wasting your gift. Your name gonna be remembered. Always.
And that theory was that Vol'jin was going to become the Loa of the Horde. After this particular sequence, that theory kind of spiked up there pretty hard. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tell you now, they have not followed through on that yet. But there's still a lot of us who think that if they ever touch back on this, Vol'jin will formally become the Loa of the Horde.
I be listening.
Me be feeling Razan's essence inside of me. He be trusting me with a great gift. No matter what be coming next, me not gonna let him down.
Spirits be watching.
Me don't know what fate be having for old Vol'jin, but it be waiting for me in Ardenweald. Ashamain, Hyrik, and Shadra, they belong there too. We best be getting out of here. Me had enough of the maw for an eternity. Dude, this is like my 4th time coming here.
I can't be staying in the maw any longer. Bring the spirits home to Ardenweald.
Oh, dude. Garrosh would be pissed. Not only is Vol'jin not an orc, which would grind Garrosh's gears, but Garrosh and Vol'jin have a personal rivalry. So that's another reason I love that idea. Loa of the Alliance. Well, it can't be Varian, for reasons we've discussed before. He would probably be the pick, though, if I'm being honest. But since it can't be Varian, we have to pick someone else to be the Loa of the Alliance. The problem is, as usual, the Alliance doesn't have much of an identity, so there's not as much to anchor there. And yeah, the Alliance doesn't really have that kind of a thing going for it. True, Xavion. Yeah, Varian was cessated. He's one of the very, 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 very few main characters who has been cessated. There's like 3. Yeah, but Cenarius would be a terrible pick for the Alliance, ignoring the fact that he is also already a Loa of something, the Wilds. Yeah, what is the Alliance anyways? That has always been the problem, yeah. I've said it for years. I think... whoops, I think I'm going the wrong way. Get turned around in the maw. I think at least part of the problem is that they wanted the good guy faction, and then they wanted, like, to have a 2-faction system. And they, like, I can just picture in the writing room as they keep writing up the Horde, they realize they were kind of crafting a good guy faction. And they're like, well, hold up. Where's the humans? Well, let's just split them off. Okay. Did I say hi to Evo? Hi, Evo. I have been delayed today. There was a server update, so I showed off this game. I don't think you've ever heard of it. It's called Icarus. I was showing off the base that me and some friends had made in there. And complaining about the negative sides of the game. They could. I agree, Valerian. And honestly, quest chains, story arcs about the identity of the Alliance makes a lot of sense. Let me rephrase that a little bit. Imagine for a moment that the Alliance got together because anti-Horde. But that isn't valid anymore, right? Like, I told you, we're done. We're past the HVA. There is no anti-Horde anymore. So, now what? And that now what could be an interesting story arc. Yeah, exactly. Have an identity crisis for the Alliance. Have a moment where the Alliance has to decide, okay, now that we're not just all gathered to beat up the Horde, what are we? I forgot to do a quest while I was out there. Okay, that's good. So what are we now? Yeah, some might even secede from the Alliance. Not to join the Horde, just to be their own thing. I mean, I've said it before, as of now, as of War Within, the Night Elves are barely a polity. And ditto with the Gilneans. And the Draenei. Like, really, the gnomes, the dwarves, and, the humans are the only ones really doing well in the Alliance right now. What would I make the Alliance become? Now, that's actually a good idea. Because my original idea for the Alliance works better at the beginning of their story, not the end. The political faction, right? Leaning more into political storylines and nobility and casus bellis and wars, all that kind of stuff. But that feels better, like, over in vanilla. As of now? Perfect fate of all ticks, Bloggysaurus. That's sort of sad, Esmiristar, if you think about it. So, it's Cartel Vey, the people who are asking about her. I even have a companion? Oh, I do. Here you go, Dream Whisperer. Be level 38. You guys try. There we go. Let's get a mount. Yes, that's right. You can steal mounts from the enemies down here. I mean, making the Alliance a formal confederacy is an interesting idea, I'll admit. The problem is, the only way that would actually work is if it was also the Horde. If they go the STO route, put simply. And I suppose, for those of you who haven't played STO or watched my stuff on it, in STO's time, as the story progressed, it stopped being about the Klingons, the Romulans, the Federation, or whoever. They started becoming the Galactic Alliance. Obviously, each of those are all still managing their own things, their own polities, and blah, 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 but whenever a big threat shows up, you act on behalf of the Galactic Alliance.
Have you come to trade, or to waste your breath.
Have you learned of anything of Inquisitor Devaki's tracking methods? There's a sphere that pulses with magic utilized by the brokers. A message is inscribed on it. We know what you did, Venari. You will pay the price.
Will that be all, Mo Walker?
The problem is, and let's be clear, the problem is the players. Frickin' players! You would have to not call it Alliance. You could not use the word Alliance or the word Horde when describing the new entity. You couldn't. Because if you call it a Grand Alliance, like Magister just did, the Grand Alliance of Azeroth, then idiots would assume that the Horde is going away and we're all just Alliance now, and they would be like, "Rah," about that, because they're dumb. And if you call it the overall Horde and the Alliance just joins the Horde, then people are like, oh, we're getting with the Alliance. Rah. You cannot include either word. They have to be ejected from whatever we call it. So we'll call it the Grand Company of... Fine work. This should keep both of us safe from the Moss Swarm. I will hold onto the sphere that you found for the purpose of study. Don't you have other matters to attend to?
My cartel has been sending agents into the Maw for some time. A dangerous assignment, but the lure of valuable information has a certain appeal to my kind.
Clearly. Yeah, the LA or the AL certainly has some appeal to it. The League of Azeroth. Protectorate has some other connotations I would skip over. I like League. League is a good phrase. The best part is we even have a battle cry already for Azeroth. I mean, yeah, Confederation is an accurate term for it, which we could never use. What? It's not a negative connotation, Lord Harriman. It's just a protectorate tends to mean something like, for example, I am a protectorate of you. So I am going to defend this other polity on behalf of you, which also usually implies that I am your overlord. Because that's what a protectorate is. Yeah, it's dependency. Now, you could then counter-argue that Azeroth being a protectorate of us, yeah, we're kind of ruling over Azeroth, but at the same time, there's just a few bits of gray there that, honestly, let's just move that off the camera. There's no reason to dip into that. Especially not when we have other words like League or Federation, which both work perfect. It's the same reason I would never use Confederacy. Because even though it's a valid and interesting form of government, it's just going to be too tainted by the concept of the Confederacy in the United States. I mean, there's a reason the Confederacy over in StarCraft are the bad guys. Like, that's just... Nope. Moving that off the table. It's like calling your organization the Nazis. You know, like even if you have a valid reason for calling it that, maybe don't. Yeah, it's actually interesting because the Confederacy in StarCraft isn't a confederacy. It's a straight-up oligarchy. A singular state oligarchy. In fact, ironically, they had some protectorates of the other powers in the Caprula sector. I was thinking about Guild, actually, but they've kind of de-emphasized the usage of Guild. It's not like the companies. Like, the word company is still used over in FF14, so it's something they still use semi-frequently when describing stuff, but how often have you seen something described as Guild Matters or Guild Relevant in Warcraft these days? I'm not even in a guild on half my characters. Jump cap. You mean the bad guys in that conflict, Loke? Yeah, gee. We should definitely go along with the bad guys in that conflict. Yeah, no. Confederacy's off the table. This is a non-negotiable. League is so far the only one that works for me. The cartel! I like it. The cartel of Azeroth. That's what we gotta call it. Make sure that them Azeroth boys, they know we got their back. Where am I going? Oh god, it untracked my quest. Did it get rid of my tracking again? It did! Do you see that? It frickin' screwed my tracking over again.
Strike where they least expect.
I mean, that's true, Kraken-san, but you know what I'm talking about, right? From an intellectual and distant perspective, we could argue that the CIS are not the bad guys, and I could even see where you're going with that. However, let's actually pay attention to what most of the episodes and movies and games all showed the CIS are. And then I will torture my slaves, and then rip them limb from limb with their babies. I will eat their babies in front of them. Because that's how they're portrayed consistently, because they're the Confederation. Confederacies are bad guys. It's really, really common coding. That's what that's called. Like, for God's sakes, even when we were covering Clone Wars Season 7, you remember that? We saw Tarantula Guy, who was our only real CIS representative. And he was, like, bedecked in jewelry and, like, gold-plated cybernetics. And he was constantly taking credit for other people's things and being like, yes, my strategies are so beyond reproach. Because that's just how the CIS are showed. That's how they tend to be portrayed. I mean, for God's sakes, they're usually called separatists.
I grant you an audience, mortal.
Brought you a gift.
Hey there, Your Majesty. Your old friend Bwansamdi be helping this one find all of them missing Loa.
I will take these 3 spirits into our care, Bwansamdi. Along with this other, intriguing, a mortal soul entwined with the essence of Aloha. I cannot say what fate will befall you, Vol'jin of the Dark Spear. But I offer you this chance to one day be reborn anew.
I be deeply honored, Your Majesty. Champion, thank you for all you done for me, in life and in death. Looks like old Vol'jin be starting a new hunt, after I be getting some rest.
See you around, Vol'jin.
Well, sure, Your Majesty. Old Bwansamdi be glad to give you one of the soul him risk his neck to save. And in return, all him asks for is...
Depart.
Fine, fine. But if you ever need this old Loa, just come on over to the other side. Huh?
Hope we see you again, Vol'jin. Actually, it's funny how English works, Loke. I don't know if English is your primary language, so I don't want to be presumptive, but connotations don't always follow the exact same word. Or, sorry, don't always follow the same word. They follow the exact same word. For example, Confederacy has very negative connotations to it. But ironically, Confederation does not. I've seen several works of fiction use Confederation to refer to a good or neutral polity just fine. That being said, UPA, I kind of like that.
I am bound to both the dream and
we could also do ULA. Both of those would work.
the cycle must be preserved.
It fills me with joy to know the spirits lost to the Maw are safe once more. None can say what fate has in store for Vol'jin. We may never come back to... I hope we do. Anyways.
Night embrace you,
so,
mortal.
Now we have to deal with the final story arc of the Ardenweald. Yes, that's right. It's the Drust! Come on.
Ardenweald
Let's go wrap this up.
survive the drought. This I swear.
I mean, I still wouldn't use Confederacy or Confederation. Not in this case. Like I said, I like the United League of Azeroth, the United Peoples of Azeroth. And remember, you're always thinking about how people are going to truncate it, right? So, again, UPA or ULA. Both of which actually kind of roll off the tongue pretty well.
The Drust are deeply entrenched. We must strike with definitive force.
EDF! EDF! Sorry. UOA? That sounds terrible. 3 vowels in a row? Whoa.
My oath is to the forest entire.
Although people probably wouldn't say UOA, they would probably say the Union. Good, you are here. We are now ready to end the Drust's invasion once and for all.
For Queen and Grove.
The score is accurate, Savacom. League of Azeroth. Loa. I think you've just sold me on League as Miristar. The Drust have inflicted enormous loss on the forest and its denizens. It is time we put an end to their atrocities. They're just so powerful. You have no idea. They're just... Can I just not even read all this? So we destroy runes, we destroy people, and we destroy a boss. Okay, let's go.
Make him suffer, Mawwalker.
Yep, uh-huh. What's interesting is, from several perspectives, a confederated government is actually a really good one. The idea, so to talk about this a little bit, the idea is that most stuff is dealt with at the local level, which has its own benefits and purposes. And then you only get together for federal stuff for the really big stuff, usually dealing with external forces or threats or crises, like a war. So for the most part, a confederation is just a bunch of different states who are in a loose union. And yeah, okay, I'm with that. The problem with that is I'm not sure that would describe what we're talking about, really. I mean, it kind of does. I don't know. It depends on where we would want to take the story. I still think union works a little bit better. It's got different connotations to it, and of course, it also kind of implies that Azeroth is unified, which is a point. As much as I like the word league, it just sounds cool. The fact of the matter is, I think union is probably the best word overall of all of the ones there. Also true, Magister. No monocultures with a confederation. Yeah, so like Union of Azeroth or United Azeroth, both are pretty much UA, or just the Union. You know me, Savacom, I'm pretty pro open borders. I was watching a video last night to help me sleep, which was that, it's that channel I showed you the other day, the one about a guy who just does travel in Japan. And I saw a random thing which kind of got me tilting my head. Apparently in Japan, whenever a train takes off, there's several people who are waiting, wave. And it's like... And it was a consistent thing, and it got me thinking, and I started to look into it, and apparently it's not just a cultural thing. It is a cultural thing, but it is not just a cultural thing. Apparently it got started as a triple check. An engineering problem, right? You wave to indicate that, yes, no, really, the train is cleared its moorings, it is unbelted, and it's ready to go. Cool. But because the engineers would usually wave, the people standing there would usually wave. And because the people on the train are being waved at, they would wave back. And it just kind of developed from there, right? So nowadays, people wave whenever the train takes off. And it's just kind of weirdly wholesome. Like, you can make fun of me for this topic, but as I'm laying there in bed, like I'm plopped down on the thing, and I got the phone right here, I'm just like, wave, wave. Because I would totally be one of the people waving. Because I'm a Dorcas. Point being, what I'm trying to reach here, is that I do think the option to live in an environment that suits you is something that we should have as a right. And ironically, That is a controversial opinion in the modern era, so I'm probably not going to go too much further into that because I don't want to start anything. That looks fun. What the... What's that, Loke? What do you got? Oh, neck. Oh, that was a loud one. I'm glad the mic, like, filters out most of that. There it is. Go! Go! Or, I mean... Listen, I'm gonna walk in and just conquer Japan, okay? This is just happening.
You are but insects before Gorak-Zar. Strange. That does not sound like the Gorak-Zar I remember.
Well, yeah, Savaka, duh. I was thinking about my niece and how much I wish I could take her traveling. I've never been outside the country, not really, not in any way that matters. And I'd love to explore someday. I probably never will, realistically. But my biggest regret isn't that I don't get to explore the world, but that my niece doesn't. That she's probably never going to have that option either. And that sucks.
What can I do for you?
Okay, we killed the mobs, we killed the shields, we killed the boss.
Night embrace you.
Let's go kill the big boss.
We will avenge the possessed here and now. For Ardenweald!
Go on. I'll guard the bridge.
More Walker! Strike down the barrier! What sorcery is this? Slay her minions. I will secure the wild seeds.
What minions? Oh.
Pathetic little creatures. You struggle in vain. Thros will engulf this realm.
It is over, Gorak-Zar!
No! You will pay for your insolence in blood!
I'm gonna pop a cooldown because I just want to absolutely body her.
I cannot continue.
Your infestation is at an end, monster.
Your eye patch is a little...
Wait! I sense something hidden from sight.
A drust trick to distract us from their true target. Do you know where their leader has gone?
Awakening. She seeks awakening.
We will stop her, Aralon. I swear it. For Queen and
Grow. God, I'm still in demon form.
And Grow.
It's okay, Erlon's gonna be fine, right?
We ride for the
right? We didn't just kill the guy from the freaking cinematic, right? Right? Game? It's okay, because this will follow through in the raid of Thros, right? Game? So anyways, Erlon's dead. The face of the Night of the Ardenweald, of the Night Wardens, is dead. We killed him. The Drust reign supreme, and this whole story arc ends with, okay, so we're going to, this will lead into the raid. The raid doesn't exist. Oh yeah, sorry. As Miristar's right, this needs to be emphasized. He is permanently dead, because that's rare in this setting, as we talked about earlier. He's gone.
Well.
So that's even worse.
Always a pleasure.
So, yeah.
Grief will have to wait. We need to hurry.
He wasn't even masked. It was just a frickin' glamour. We can see through glamours. We can see through glamours.
Block our path forward. Hey.
I will see to that.
Good hunting. Pray beware.
Okay, here we go. This is the finale, right here.
Night embrace you. For Queen and Grove.
Yeah, no, this is not cool. I've always wanted to visit Alaska. I don't want to go live there, maybe, but I would like to visit someday. Oh, right. Come on, Ashara. Wait, you're not Ashara. You're not Ashara at all!
We shall take to the skies! Make haste!
Alright, so we're going to use our Super Omega power
That awaits these vile
to put them to sleep.
Look at them fall!
Seriously, you can see the Z's down there. It's the little green things.
We ride for Ardenweald!
Well, plus, it sort of invalidates this entire story arc. It's like, we have spent so much time and effort and work on all this thing, and it's like, yeah, oh, by the way, it was all for nothing. Also, the Drust apparently have this colossal army out of nowhere, and are super strong, and it just... Keep in mind, we've been beating the crap out of them this entire story arc. It's funny, we go right from Bwansamdi and Vol'jin to this. Yeah, check it out. There's an endless swarm attacking us right now, which is why we're attacking the Drust and not the swarm. Wait.
We are...
My queen, the Drust bent noble Erelon to their will.
With a curse that can't be fixed.
Into confronting him. He's... gone.
Our foe now marches on the Grove of Awakening, conscripting your own subjects into their ranks. What
yes,
are
they're
your
the Scourge. I get it.
Loyal Erelon understood difficult choices, the need to make certain sacrifices. But there comes a time, sound the horns. All of Ardenweald is called to. Our sacrifices will not. You will help.
Lady? Lady? You're talking over yourself.
These invaders from my grove.
Okay, okay, how do I... Oh, here we go. Whoa.
Protect the forest's heart, child of dreams. Let no enemy pass into our sacred halls.
There are 4 quest chains, yes, but... This is actually taking a little bit longer than I'd like, and I apologize for how long this is taking. Like, I thought we were making good clip, and then it's like, hey, let's slow down for no damned reason. And that's where we're at right now, is to slow down. Don't worry, this is the end of Ardenweald. We can move on after this. We're doing Maldraxxus next. We'll start that before the lunch break. Even if I have to tear down the entirety of the Drust by myself, which is actually kind of what I'm doing right now. So I guess that tracks. So never mind. I do kind of like that all of the asleep mobs that we slept earlier are the ones we're just kind of running over here. Coup de grace! Coup de grace! Coup de grace! Coup de grace! Notice this is also a victory lap mission, despite the fact that it's like the big final battle, which could have worked, if not for the fact that the thing right before this was us killing Erelon.
The drought. The Drust believe that seizing the Grove of Awakening will bring them victory. They are mistaken. Moonberry, Hearn, Ilios, Zehad, win back control of the Grove's anchors. Through our soul bond, I shall expel these intruders.
As you command, my queen.
I've been slowly adding negatives as we go, Logue. For what it's worth, I do like this from a gameplay axis.
Selfish creatures, perceiving nothing beyond your own desires.
Which, I remind you, is revenge.
While those who kneel before you are left to wither. One by one, we will claim every grove, every fey, every soul.
The Drost could have been protectors of nature, caretakers of the cycle.
No, they were dicks.
You choose instead to steal and destroy. Such a waste. I almost pity you.
That is admittedly on brand. I remind you, the Kultirans showed up and offered a hand of friendship and cooperation, and the Drust tried to genocide them. The Drust lost that campaign.
I can take it from here. Get going.
But from a gameplay axis, I do kind of like this. We get some good variety and different kinds of buffs. We get turbo... So first we get Ysera. Then we get turbo buff. Then we get this mega nuke. And we're running around interacting with people and getting different helpers as we go through it. And each one we help gives us another helper to keep going. So we've got the squad concept, but it's like an escalating squad. It's pretty cool.
I will hold this.
Gameplay-wise.
Branches crash as the forest howls.
Ironically, most of the quests, gameplay-wise, have been pretty cool.
The cleansing storm on a dusty plain. The quick-cutting winds become a soothing breeze. Drift along to the others. Aid the wheel.
I'd have to double-check, Logue. Everything I remember
Pity of a fading queen.
is that they're universally in the wrong, but I'd have to check.
Watch as I claim your throne and crush the heart of the forest in my grasp.
No. This ends now.
Like, look, you can see her literally throwing people out of the portal there.
Behold, the magic of my groves rises up against you. Come, mortal. We will dispose of this wretch.
Vile queen! The Trust will never be vanquished!
Yeah, could you have done that earlier? Oh, right.
When do we hunt?
That's also true. Even if they were the wrong party, which, raise eyebrow, but even if they were actually the wrong party, that doesn't excuse what they've done. Right? Like, that's how that works. Yes, something bad has happened to you. That does not give you free reign to do something bad. So anyway, she did. I killed her with the Queen's power just to be a dick about it.
Our sacred charge.
And boom. That was fun, though. Well, I mean, that's the idea, right, Savicon? If I could pull out Star Trek The Wrath of Khan here for just a second. In Wrath of Khan, there are two major characters, one of whom goes through it with the best of themselves. One of them goes through hell and comes out of it with the best of themselves. That's Kirk. The other one goes through hell and comes out of it with the worst of themselves. That's Khan. the ultimate thematic point of Wrath of Khan has a lot to do with age and accepting yourself and moving forward. But at the end of the day, the character-centric point is that it is Kirk's choice and Khan's choice that differentiates them at the end of the day. He decided to be a megalomaniacal, genocidal madman. Kirk decided to try and be a better person and to help others and to be generally good. Both of them went through hell. The excuse was there for both. The choices are what differentiate. Hi, Naya.
I'm so glad you're here. For Queen and Grove.
Speak, and the forest shall listen. The jailer's power grows, and the Shadowlands face unrelenting peril. Stand ready, Huntress. Your strength will be needed in the days to come.
The end. That was Ardenweald. Woo! I mean, Khan himself says it. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee. I know it's a quote, but he still chooses that quote.
To the woods.
Actually, yeah, Loke, that's a good example. In the very next film, I'm not a huge fan of Star Trek 3, but in the very next film, Kirk still goes out of his way to try and help someone. And try to be a better person. In fact, he even, if you remember, reaches out a hand to Krug. A hand that Krug then denies.
What fun you're about to have.
I mean, Star Trek 3 is the best film ever made. It's right up there with X-Men 3. And Spider-Man 3. I was trying to think of other threes.
Sorry? Did you need something?
Okay, that is very pretty. Oh, absolutely, Logue. Godfather 3. Would you believe I've never actually sat down and watched Godfather 3 all the way through? I've tried a couple of times. I've never gotten all the way through it. Anyways, let's move on. That... Oh, actually, yeah. That's a really good point. What is our renown? Hang on. Because we didn't do any renown skipping. Brigwin helped me to confirm she's never done Shadowlands, ever. And she still was able to get to renown 40 before the end of the campaign. So that's good. That's a good thing. We got to 65 just doing the campaign and not all the side stuff. So that is actually a good thing. That is a whole negative that's being skipped on the gameplay axis. The renown grind is gone. Thank God. But I think it's time to hit everyone's favorite hunter.
It's so nice to see you. It's like meeting again for the first time.
Wait, what? Hold up.
Why, hello.
I actually screwed that up. I've done that before, too. Because I've tapped escape too quickly. Yeah, so let's go back to Shadowlands. There it is. Okay, got it.
The veil between our world and the Shadowlands has been sundered. The Ebon Blade stands ready. I await you in Orgrimmar. Come, before the icy grasp of death claims all of Azeroth.
Okay.
Rod! Nazgrim will tell you of the grim fate that has befallen our allies.
Hey, hold up. Can I skip this? Well, I suppose.
Agent of the Maw is attacking Ardenweald.
This is the afterlife.
Defend the Arbiter.
Kinda sucks.
We must.
Can I skip this too, please? This doesn't.
The more
I don't have time for this. Can we just go, please? Please, thanks. Let me just go up here. Hey, excuse me.
How may
Can I skip this? Thanks. Ugh. These guys are real polite.
What might your purpose be?
Oh, right, I can just choose, can't I? There we go.
The reports from our squires were unmistakable. The Maw shuddered for a moment, as if reacting to some change.
All is as expected. Trust in the Arbiter's wisdom.
Overseers, this stranger appeared at the city's edge. I believe them to be a living mortal.
Yeah, huh?
I will consider your words.
Okay.
Another unexpected development.
Ignore that they're still talking in the background there. Ignore it.
Maldraxxus honors you.
A wise choice. Who are you? Under your command, we will restore honor and glory to Maldraxxus. Your strength can change the Shadowlands for the better. Only with the Necrolords can you reach your full potential. For now, make your way to the seat of the Primus. Baroness Draka will meet you there and guide you further.
We follow the will of the Primus.
Okay. I can do that. Look, I count as living for certain definitions of the word. On camera, Von Falkenstein? No. In general, yes. You'll notice I have picked the two I know to do first. The next two will be ones I haven't done, ever.
Sees all truths.
There. Okay, can this thing stop moving quite so fast? Like, this is kind of nauseating, honestly. Oh. Do I even have anything in my stomach to come up? Hang on. Let me open this up. Let's see. Nope, not seeing much. Okay, whatever, I'm good. Ah! Hey, why isn't the music playing? Yes, I'm going to try out Marksman at some point. Because it should be completely different. Like, this was the big overhaul. But I can't do it while I'm out. Hey, there's the music. Okay. Let's see here.
I knew you would return. Your skills will lead us to victory.
Who are you?
From Ka. Every
Welcome back to the fight. Your ties to the other covenants had me doubting you would return. I see now it was foolish of me. Outsider or not, you have stood bravely beside the armies of Maldraxxus. I am confident the Primus would have welcomed you into our ranks with pride. One day he might return as well, but we cannot afford to wait. In the Primus's absence, I name you Necrolord of Maldraxxus. That's right. I am now a Necklord.
Come, mortal. Necrolords, true defenders of Maldraxxus, hear my words.
Oh. A lot of people.
We now hold this sanctum, thanks to the deeds of this mortal who stands with our covenant.
Yes, this is Thrall's mother.
Though the Primus has long been absent from these halls, the Maw Walker embodies the virtues he instilled in the 5 houses.
Can I... Ah! Oh, right.
How goes the fight? Step forward, mortal, and raise your rune blade.
Right. Hang on. Let's see. Hang on. I got a stick. Is the stick gonna go? Is that gonna work?
Our covenant grows strong! Victory for Maldraxxus! Victory for the Shadowlands!
Okay.
Loktar!
Go for the stick, I guess.
For Phryxus!
As Necrolord, your duty is to defend the Shadowlands. To carry out such service, the Primus grants us his strength. Stand on the altar of the Primus. Let his power become your own.
It is a great honor to wield the power of the Primus.
Because she's dead, Loke. Unless you mean, why is she here specifically?
This opportunity, Maw Walker.
Vosh being here actually makes a lot of sense to me. It's one of the only one of these that I'm just like, yeah, that tracks. Mograine, we actually talk about that one later. Here's my stick. Borrow the stick.
Within you lies the courage, might, and guile to conquer your rivals. Unto you I bestow this power. Defender of Maldraxxus.
So is that like a literal thing? I'm feeling stronger.
For the honor of the Bladesworn.
Can I skip this? Actually, we are going to skip this. Because that is a lot of padding and anima grinding. So...
In the name of the...
Oh, hang on. Let's stay a while and listen.
Strength comes from... I did not abandon Margrave Akarek. I was sent on a mission before our house fell, just as you were.
Is that why you cowered behind the Chosen's banner, while your fellow eyes were being slaughtered?
The Margrave entrusted me with a new purpose, Vosh. Letting go of the past is the only way we can survive.
Survival is for the weak and timid. Either you prevail, or you perish.
And that's why Vosh belongs here.
Blood and thunder.
Wait, I'm sorry. Where's...
Even here, I protect the weak.
So let's go Soulbind. I don't know, where do you think she should show up, Loke?
Ah, my apprentice, you return at last.
I'm so pleased to see you again. Soul binding is a wondrous process. I invite you to bind with me to learn how it works. But in time, you might bind with others. I have known many soul binds, but the foremost of them was Margrave Stradama. Her knowledge, talent, and kindness became a part of who I am. Now and forever, it is a bond we share. What was the battle afterlife? This one, Loke. Was the warrior-focused one? This one! What is Kevin carrying? He's just got a cauldron on his head. He's being so helpful.
Study hard.
Please bind with me.
I am ready when you are. Oh, this is quite exciting.
Bastion is you erase your memories of your past and you live in servitude to ferry the souls of the dead to and fro.
Good to see you, my apprentice.
Yep. This is all the soulbindy tutorial stuff. Yep, Swiftshot is now canonically married to Merilith. It's actually more than that, because marriage is actually like this is soul marriage. This is like it's marriage plus.
I have time for my brightest pupil.
Yep, conduits. Yep. Conduits. Yep, that's great. Good. Get off my screen. Yes, it's turbo marriage. It's no really marriage. You know, I just realized I didn't touch any of these systems on Never Rip. That's a good thing. It means I'm only giving that one negative. Okay, so let's on with the plot. Whoop, hang on. First, let me bind.
How can I serve?
Got
my eye on you.
That person. Yeah, there we go. Let's go bind with this person. I'm just a slut, apparently. I'm just gonna soul bind with all these people. There we go.
We have agreed to parley, despite your house's treason. Now speak.
With who?
Garmal is no friend of ours. If you would have us, we would join your cause.
Right. So that's Emily. It's hard to tell because she's kind of in the floor a little bit, but she is a Sethrak. Oh, it's fine, Linnea.
Always ready for battle.
Hope you're settled. There's no rest for the weary in Maldraxxus. First, go to Oribos. Why? Oh no, Revendreth would be terrible for her. So, you know Emily? Like, she's actually technically over here. In fact, we're actually already soulbound to her. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just don't think about it too much, okay? I'm pretty sure we don't need any of this crap. We're just gonna go ahead and grab all of these quests, just in case. Same thing we did last time. This is just a safety precaution.
See anything useful?
What is this quest?
Thank you, Mawwalker. With you by our side, we are sure to prevail. Do you not agree, Ameni?
Do I know you? Am I supposed to?
I do not fight beside anyone. I lead, and others follow.
Yep, she's a delightful person.
Don't me.
Ameni, wait!
Okay, so let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. And that. Oh, now they show up. Yeah, that's great game, thank you. I know what upgrading means.
We need heavy artillery to repel our...
No, you don't.
Help our troops.
You have floating fortresses with cannons attached. Use them. There's your artillery.
Ah, the Mawwalker has arrived. We will soon reclaim your body, Ameni.
I apprenticed at the Stitch Yard for many eons. I even worked in the body banks with Surgeon Stitchflash to design Ameni's last construct. If we gain control of the body banks, we'll still have the parts necessary to rebuild Ameni and create new bodies for other souls we rescue. Lead us there so we can see if we can get it operational.
My patience is spent.
Let us waste no more time.
Cool. That's interesting.
When
Oh,
I am
see why.
whole again, I will show you true carnage.
Our forces require aid. All must serve the call of the Necrolords.
Whoops. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button.
Remember me.
Hey, let me plant some flags and corpses so they can be harvested. Yes, that's actually my quest objective right now. Thank you for asking. And I can summon giant...
So this...
I don't know what to call those things, actually.
Adequate construction.
Yeah, grubs? We'll go with grubs. We'll go with grubs. That's exactly what I want to see out here is grubs.
Face me.
Yeah, so I remembered a couple of pieces of the Ardenweald campaign, but nothing much. I remember essentially nothing about the Maldraxxus campaign. I couldn't even tell you what our major opponent is going to be for this campaign. Hopefully that's not a bad sign. If it's Kel'Thuzad, that might be why I blanked it from my memory.
When I am whole again, I will show you true carnage.
Who's the villain? The Jailer. Ooh. Look, it's... Don't worry about it.
Greetings, my friend.
We're missing a few tools and parts for sewing a construct. We need these items to rebuild my construct. Search the surrounding area. See if you can find what we need. Search tables for the needles and razor hooks and blah, 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 blah.
Strength in numbers, small walker.
This task is probably above your capabilities, but listen anyway. As a construct, I was feared throughout the Shadowlands. The magnificent skin of my construct was impervious to mortal weapons. I was a work of art that took years to perfect. When I was removed from my construct, it was Faldo Iskar who took great delight in stealing that skin. He keeps it on himself as a souvenir. Kill him. Get my skin back.
When in doubt, slaughter every... Your covenant speaks highly of you, Marwalker. Do not disappoint.
You realize how gross that sounds, right? Granted, I'm missing a little bit of skin here and there, but, you know, you don't see me ripping skin off other people that... Why do these grubs keep showing up?
Goes on.
I wonder how many negatives I'm going to end up giving Kel'Thuzad for this expansion. Oh, I know, Huthor. I know. But he doesn't know. Or Swift Shot. He has no idea what he's in for. Now here's a question. Has Swift Shot ever heard of Kel'Thuzad? He might not have. Like, he might have been completely out of the loop with regards to the Cult of the Damned back in the day. Look, I'm just saying, there's a little bit of decorum, right? Like, you gotta take care of yourself. Polish the bone, you know? Make sure to get some soap in there. The bacteria, it's unsightly. You don't want that. Itches like nothing. Hello, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. I guess I might as well do the stupid world quest while I'm literally here. You never have too many toes. That's a good point. Toes are valuable. They help balance us as we're walking. I forget exactly how, but I know it's a thing. Hello, Simbali. Welcome to everyone's favorite expansion. A place of joy and happiness and ripping people's skin off. Oh my god, I always knew you were a Raptors Evo.
Each victory brings us one step closer to restoring the glory of Maldraxxus.
I can't say anything. I recently found out that one of the actual names for a bear is like Horrioblis or something like that. Sorry, tangent. It's just, I shouldn't do that. I will try out marks at some point, by the way, for those of you wondering. Don't worry. Just don't want to do it right now. I feel robbed of progress, so I'm trying to catch up a little bit. And then, like, 5 seconds later, the server's coming down for another hour. Hey, look, it's Mr. Missing his spine. Where does spine go? Well, people steal skin, so maybe they steal spines too? I don't know. You asking me? Like, my spine's right here, I think. Yeah, it's right there. But that's the liches, they probably know. Hey, where's the spine?
I will harvest your skin!
No, spine! Where's your spine? Speak common.
I will become stronger than before.
Uh-huh. Okay. I got the magnificent skin. It is beautifully tough, is the descriptor for that. Ugh. Stop existing. Stop existing! You are irrelevant. I'm not even going to loot you. I'm going to spite you and not loot you. Get me out of here. Well, I haven't looked at it yet, Mr. Floyd. And I have no plans to. Not anytime soon.
I look forward to working with you. Know the soul, not the construct.
Do you know how many rivals I have slain?
When I was alive, you might have been my friend. Or maybe my dinner.
You are dismissed.
My cold blood warms to you. You may be a suitable ally.
When in doubt.
We're in luck. Surgeon Stitchflesh and his assistants have not returned from Bastion. The entire Stitch Yard is lightly guarded. We must work fast.
Consult the schematics before we proceed. Ameni's construct is of complex. Good. Now activate the vat of acerbic bile and connect it to the construct.
Acerbic bile. That's a sentence.
Excellent. Next, do the same for the vat of enzymes. Well done. The construct is nearly ready to receive Ameni's soul. There is much to be done.
Despite the beliefs of most people, Ameni has a kind heart. Or at least she will have one once you give it to her. I can think of no better person than you to give her a new heart. Maybe this will even warm her blood towards you. You might even become a soulbind.
Strength in numbers, small walker.
Right. Well, let's see. We've got a kind heart, a strong heart, or a ruthless heart. I'm gonna spider. I'm gonna spider.
We will be powerful allies, Mawwalker, but not friends.
This is a large heart.
Friends.
Hang on. Question from the back. Where'd you get this thing? Like, I have a T-Rex. This thing wouldn't fit inside. Who the... Yeah, never mind. In you go.
I look forward to working.
You are speaking to a princess! No beheadings for today. Surely...
When I was locked up, I made a list of all the construct that betrayed me. It's a lengthy list. Help me teach the constructs the mistakes they made. I want to destroy everyone on the list, along with Yardmaster Pralek, who was number 1.
Yell if you need me to save you.
There were many souls that opposed Margrave Garmel's attack on Bastion. Those of us that spoke out were stripped of our bodies and imprisoned in the etheric vault, till our souls faded away, starved of anima. My friends are still imprisoned in the vaults. We will free them, and build an army of constructs to fight for you.
You are dismissed.
Amani's back in a construct. Somebody's gonna die. Yeah, the Slaughter Daughter. You know, I feel like I just did this quest. This exact quest. Except now I have to mark everyone in an area for them to count for quest progress, and an item that has a cooldown. Game, you have good quest design. Why are you doing this?
And the list grows shorter.
Like, literally, we just finished a good quest chain. Gameplay-wise. And now it's like, yeah, but, you know... Like, did you notice how tiny that area of effect is, too? This is it. And it's got, like, a big old cooldown. So it's like, boop, here's 3. We need to kill 57 things like this. What in the crap?
All who cross me shall perish.
Oh well. For the Union!
A pity. I was rather fond of that one.
Just getting my ass handed to me slowly here, too. Yeah, I need to kill 57 mobs after tagging with the long cooldown, short-range AoE.
I was rather fond of that one.
Cool. So let me introduce you to this new concept I just came up with. It's called quest design. It's this brand new idea, okay? Check it out. It's when you put design into your quest. You've probably never heard of it because the first time I ever saw quest design like that was in Warcraft 3! No, I'm dead serious. You ever go back to Warcraft 3 a lot of the side quests in that game are actually weirdly well designed. Right at the beginning, going and dealing with the gnolls and helping little Timmy is functionally a tutorial of several mechanisms and mechanics, which will then be useful throughout the entire rest of the game. It's also pretty rewarding for such a minor little quest. Hey, could you guys, like, group up a bit more? I gotta kill, like, 25 more of you jackasses. And you're kind of killing me, which, honestly, really sucks.
Where are my true targets?
Yeah, sorry, I killed one before I marked it. My bad there. I'm gonna die. Hold on, let me just...
Another name struck from the list.
Jesus Christ. It's also a kill mass quest without anything to benefit that. Like, usually when they give you a quest to kill a bunch of things, they give you something else to mitigate that, like a bomb or an ally, like the Gob Squad concept, or they give you, like, a vehicle with a big AoE. No, all we get here is, like, her, I guess? But I'm not sure she qualifies here. Okay, guys. For Christ's sake. Guys. No, don't. You know, Mr. Red, I hear Indian's really good. Here's a question for you. How much cheaper is it to just go get it yourself? Like, in terms of actual numbers. I don't mean vaguely. For example, recently I looked it up. There's a salad place near here, local place, that sells these really good salads, which I'm actually quite fond of. If I just go out and get it, it is literally half the price of getting it delivered. Literally half price. So it's a little bit easier to swallow that particular expense if I just go out and grab it myself, right? I've often felt that actually sitting down and enumerating things helps. It's the basis of my entire review system, for example. Let's flag all these. That's feigned death because I'm dying. Jesus.
And the list grows shorter.
Yeah, listen, could you, like, suck slightly less than this, please? I think Mr. Red just went off to order rather than listening to the rest of my advice.
Another name struck from the list.
Are we done? Oh my god. Did you notice that there's mobs that spawn around here which prevent you from staying out of combat and recuperating? Because that's cool. Yeah, so anyways, negative to gameplay. This freaking quest. Good lord.
Another name struck from the list. Was that one on my list? No matter.
Look at how fast they're respawning here, by the way.
Trivial rabble. Where are my true targets?
Although I just noticed something interesting. It looks like I actually don't have to tag them with the marker. So I'll go ahead and remove that. That's still a negative. Because this quest still sucks. That's not as bad as it could be.
Trivial rabble. Where are my true targets?
I'm curious, what's the debuff do? Nothing. Like, it makes her taunt the enemy. That's it. That's what it does. That's even more useless than I already thought. That is... Well, who designed this quest?
Lie with the Queen of Carnage? A poor choice! A pity. I was rather fond of that one.
You stop snarking for 3 seconds. So just let's count this out, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's pretty good. You managed 3, up to 5.
Your envy is palpable.
This quest chain sucks. Holy crap. I'm gonna shut up about it. Talk about other amazing things instead. Let's see, what's a positive thing I can talk about? Puppies. Puppies are good, right? Kittens? Kittens are cool. Most people like kittens. Hang on, baby.
You're the nine and
Here you go.
Ooh. Milk.
Hang on.
The good T-Rex.
Oh no, there's a spider. Get the spider. There's two T-Rexes. There's two T-Rexes.
You're the other T-Rex?
Okay, I'll play the other T-Rex. You play the T-Rex. The one T-Rex, okay? Okay? Yep. And we've got to rescue the people, remember? So we've got to rescue all these poor peoples. Because we're good guys, right? Wait, what's our superpower? Whoop, whoop. Could someone get this thing off me, please? There we go. Okay. We've defeated more. There's so many gloops all over. Look at all this mess. Ugh, get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. We gotta rescue more people. Rescue. Hit the button. Good job. Yep, that's all right. Hang on. We gotta be up to the door. Okay, and hit the button. Boop. There we go. They're free. What's your superpower?
My superpower is T-Rex.
That's a good superpower to have. I agree completely. Hit the button. Hit the button. Read. What's the power I have?
The monster power.
What? Why do I have monster power? You get to be a T-Rex. All I get is a monster. I'm sad. Oh, that's even better. Hit the button. There we go. Mm-hmm. There's so many of them. Why are there so many of them, baby? Okay, we're swishing. We're swishing with our giant T-Rex feet. And button. There we go. We have to get 3 more. Okay, get 1 more. There we go. Good job. That's right. High five. High five? Too distracted. High five. She gets a little focused. Probably because she's 3.
You got healing power too.
That's right. All the power.
You got the monster power too.
No, not the monster power.
And the T-Rex.
Giving in to the monster power. What are you doing? Is this a barrier?
Yeah.
Let me in. I can't make it. It's too strong.
I can go through it. I can get you through.
Oh, thank you. You're so helpful. And you're so powerful. When did you get so powerful?
Then I got that evil power.
Oh, okay. That makes perfect sense. Can you hit the button? And boop. There we go. We gotta get 1 more. I see it. Let's go save them. And hit the button. Oh no! Oh no, there's a spider! Get the spider off! Okay, we're okay. Now hit the button. There we go. We're freed. We did it! We freed all of them. Well, you freed all of them. You get credit. That's right. That's right.
I'm a good T-Rex.
Wait, can you be a good guy T-Rex? Okay. Excellent. Right here.
Do you know how many
right here.
rivals I have slain?
Okay. You didn't end up on my list, so I guess we're friends for the moment. Rathon took the soul you freed to the butcher's block. Let's get there. Complete our step together.
Be swift and nimble.
Hi, Mommy.
Like
Mommy's tired. Mommy needs to take a nap. Let's help Mommy take a nap, shall we? Mommy has too much health. There we go. Alright, now you want to fly? Ready?
He's a sweet.
You ready to fly?
Yeah.
There's so many places to fly through. Look at all this. Goodness. So traits add critical success to failure in addition to flat score modifiers. In some situations, the agent's equipment is
We need heavy artillery to repel.
That sounds
foes.
interesting.
Help our troops ready our
We're
weapons.
really flying, aren't we?
Surfing.
Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash.
This can be more than a stitch yard for us. We can make it a new home.
Right, you're the big T-Rex.
Greetings, my friend. Know the soul, not the construct.
Have you come bearing tribute?
Look at that monster. That monster can defeat metal T-Rexes.
I don't think anything could beat the big metal T-Rex. That's you, by the way.
Now with the battle way.
Rathon can be sentimental, but he is right. This place can be our new home, and here we can construct new bodies for the souls you freed. So that's the major mechanic of Maldraxxus, is the Lich Yards, or whatever it's called.
All of these have been battle tested.
God, I have, like, no... The, what's it called? The Abomination Factor. Excuse me, that's what it's called.
T-Rex.
Oh, you're that T-Rex.
Matters remain at hand, Marwalker.
For Praxis.
Oh, okay.
For Akarek.
Okay, we'll leave here. Is that better? Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, this way? Oh, this way. Okay.
I like to go this way. This is the field. Where we went.
You know what we should probably do? We should probably go back to the airport. How's that sound?
Monsters here.
That's right, we got to get back to the airport quick.
State your intent.
Let's go to the airport.
Back to your post.
Oh, it's the monster field, not the mouse field. The mouse field is our home.
Oh, okay.
And we're going the wrong way.
Well, how...
How do we go the right way?
I don't know. I think we're going to go hit that gate up there. Do you see that gateway right there?
Yeah.
What happens if we go through it?
Where?
I don't know. Where are we going?
The field.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Oh, this is our home.
Yeah, it's big, isn't it?
A new home.
Yep.
This is the fire's home. This is not our home. No.
So this is someone else's home?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. I would never make Oribos my home.
Whoa. We go in a hole. That way?
We stand
Let's see
together
what this is.
against the darkness.
Find a way into Torghast. Do we have to do this each time? We do, don't we?
Chains of the past.
Okay, hang on. Let's go into...
bind us.
Let's go to the Maw. Alright, we have to go to the Greylands, okay? This is where a big volcano happened. You know what volcanoes are? Okay. Yeah, I imagine Oribos is, like, permanently cold. Are you ready to jump? Ready to jump? Hit the jump button. Yes. In we go. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
This is the flying one.
Well, which one? I think so. I'm not sure.
It's not. This is the robot one.
What?
The
Okay.
in one.
Hang on. I can work with this. Hang on. Denari's here somewhere. There she is. So let's just walk over to her. Okay, no, whoop, whoop. Okay, I fell off something. Hang on. I've never seen this one before. This is a new bug for me. Okay, she's in range.
My new partner, Torghast, huh? Once I told you that your friends were being held inside.
Oh, hey.
I knew it was only
It fixed.
a matter of time before you came to me for aid.
Yeah, the maw, but you can't see.
Anticipate your request.
That's horrifying.
I have already acquired a portal device that leads into the tower.
Oh yeah, let's pull out you first. There we go, there you are.
Warnings and disclaimers as your unique combination of courage and foolhardiness would render them moot.
That's right, there's a big whirlwind there, wasn't there? Okay, is there a way to, like, skip this? Because, you know... Oh, hey, here's the Tower Knowledge Torghast thing.
Do you have business to conduct?
Hey, look, Soul Ash.
Was there anything else?
Anyways, so let's use this.
Oh.
Oh, hang on. Let's go into the volcano. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Here. Use your hand. Use your hand.
Yeah.
That's right. That's because you're sick. Oh no!
No. I have a fever in my nose.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh.
On a rock.
You fell on a rock? When did you fall on a rock?
On a dragon.
What? You can't fall on a dragon.
Good.
Oh, here's a fun one. Your strength, agility, and stamina and int are all increased by 30%, but you can no longer jump. I know a lot of people who refuse to take that one because... Yeah. That's right, we gotta get rid of all these bad guys. There's too many of these. Let's get rid of these. What? Wait, are we the bad guys? I thought we were the superheroes. Oh, okay. Then we will have to save the good guys. What's in the middle? Oh. That is a metal guy, you're right. There are Blade Cabal.
That big metal guy can defeat us.
We've got to defeat him before he defeats us then.
Guy.
Uh-oh. What do we do? What do we do?
We defeat him.
Darn tootin' we do.
We can run with
That's right, we have super powers.
He's a metal guy. He has a map on him. And he won't do it anymore.
Let's go with that one. But he's not in our way. Oh, let's free this guy. Be free. There we go. Okay. Now let's go up another step. Where? I think you got rid of it.
Oh no!
What's wrong? What do we do?
Get him.
Aw, I like good skeletons. Hello, Mr. Skeleton. What's the name of the skeleton? Data? Baba. I like it. Hello, Mr. Baba. Ah. Wait, how? I hold. Aww. That's right. That's your T-Rex. Remember? You see all the big metal on it? You were always the T-Rex, baby.
Eating the
Run. Right, I can't jump. I don't know. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Uh-oh, there's spikes in the floor. What do we do? Okay, we go across them when they're gone. It's okay. It's okay. All we have to do is move past them. There's also a puzzle, which we're not going to do. Okay.
I found the guy that was glowing, and I was good.
Well, lots of glowing people can be good, so that makes sense. Okay. Alright, so that...
Ooh, where do I get those skeletons?
Aw, thought I had it.
Where do I get those skeleton heads?
Well, I perfectly don't have it.
I don't get those skeleton heads.
Where are we getting the skeletons?
We're getting the skeleton heads.
Oh, okay. Okay. Per your command. Oh my god, Blades of All. Which one? Out of curiosity. Yeah, up the stairs. Up the stairs, up the stairs, up the stairs. Wait, why do you have big feet? Oh, right. So you're not only a T-Rex, you're a metal T-Rex. That's like double big feet, right? Uh-oh. We gotta go for someplace where it's lighter and brighter than this, don't we? I think we need to go rescue whoever's in here first. What do you think? Okay, so we'll go save the good guys, as is our want.
Good guy. Good guy, so bad.
I've actually noticed the same thing, Xavion. The number of Mega Man videos I've been recommended lately is kind of ridiculous. Let's do that. Healing going on. Alright, through the portal, through the portal. Oh no! It's okay. We are going to rescue our friend, no matter the cost.
Around things that we going.
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Oh no.
Those are called portals.
Oh no, another one. We defeat them. Right? We gotta go in there.
Also, sorry you had to deal with that, Bergman. There's so many of these. Let's go that. That's a basic but a goodie.
Is negotiable.
Alright, let's see. Hello, fire guy. Can we buy... We'll buy one of these.
Use
We're gonna get another orb. I'll go with the thieves' tools. Those are usually really good for long periods, but we probably won't be able to take advantage of it this time. Remember, we're doing functionally the tutorial tour guides for him. It's okay. We're back. See?
Why is it dark?
That's a good question. Well, we gotta go up. We gotta go up to find our friend and save them. Well, we gotta find them then.
Where the other green dragon T-Rex is?
Let's see.
Oh no,
do this. You ready? Just have to follow the spikes.
Oh no, the spikes!
It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. Oh no! Oh no! Where are you? Where are you? I lost you. I lost you.
Yeah?
Oh, thank goodness. You worried me there for a second. You worried me for a second. As there often is. Alright, let's go back across the spikes. Run. We gotta get this other orb. Let's go then. We must save our friend. Ah! It's very strange. Did you put it there?
I took you to the dirty place.
What?
Where there was a well.
Okay.
I went to water. And when tourists go and walk. Oh, I saw.
Have you been
Hold on.
with your
You can fly now? It's okay. We rescued him.
I saw a trap that we were trapped in.
We were trapped in that? Gosh.
It was. Oh, that guy saved us.
He's very good at that, isn't he?
He's a good guy. It's a.
So we must keep saving our friends. Why are there so many big guys?
Yeah. Now it's metal. Whoa.
Metal guys? Oh my gosh.
And blue guy.
Okay. I think we got all of them.
And that one.
Well, what do we do?
We did it from there. It's a trap.
Oh no! More traps! Oh no! Why is there so much steam? Did you put all this steam here?
No.
Are you sure? But I thought you were the flying T-Rex. Well, which one are you then? Oh, you're the green T-Rex. Am I the red T-Rex? Okay. What about the blue T-Rex? Let's see here.
I'm the one up ahead. There.
Okay.
Let's go that way. T-Rex disappeared.
All the poor T-Rex. You got you, T-Rex. Stupid ball rats. Okay.
There it is.
Blue guy.
We gotta go rescue the other guy.
Thank you for your help. I can handle myself from here.
Yeah, I love it. He's like, I can handle myself. You can't get out of here without us. Literally, cannot get out of here without us.
T-Rex. Step on that guy now.
Oh.
The blue T-Rex is that way.
Well, we gotta go find it. Oh, health. Let's go and pop the button. Why did you turn red?
There was a zombie.
Oh. So someone poured the paint on you? Sploosh. Okay. Let's... Can we finally rescue our freaking friend, please?
The dragon T-Rex.
Oh, hey. Boss lore.
May I tempt you with my wares?
No, we're stuck.
It's okay. Because we can pop a few of these.
Remember.
Alright, so let's pop a couple of these. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Allows you to transform into a maw rat. Not good. There's a lot of misdirect ones I notice. More kill command damage.
Get us free.
I guess we'll... Okay. Da-na-na-na! Trap time! You're red now. You're red. You're red. Do you see it? Oh no! Where is it from?
The dragon.
Oh, that makes sense. Yes. I'm just kidding. We're up. We're up. We're fine. See? We got right back up.
Are you defeating?
We gotta turn red again. Okay, I think we did it.
I was dreaming of home. Only to awaken in this place of torment. Champion!
Come on, Bane. We've already done this. Yeah, unfortunately, I may have to do exactly as you described. Because, as much as I love doing Torghast 4 times, the same, bless you, the same Torghast level 4 times, we might skip the fun. I was gonna have each one do each, but have to do Torghast. Ugh. I don't know. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, it's the Corellia thing. That's exactly what it is. What? Where?
You put that under there.
I did, so we wouldn't lose it. Fucking jump again.
And I was in here.
I trust you are not followed. I have limitless time. You do not.
Yeah, exactly. You are too helpful, you know that?
The Waystone. I hope your presence allows me to travel through it as well. I will stay close. May the Earth Mother guide.
Well, let's get back to the airport. Let's get out of here. My goodness. What? Where?
The Waystone worked. What a
remarkable place. What? I thought you were the T-Rex.
I'm the tiger and the T-Rex.
Oh, wow. That's prolific.
That guy.
What? How are you so many people?
I'm the cheetah.
Oh, okay.
I will aid you as best I can.
That is interesting. Tell me I don't have to go. Okay, so I could skip that step.
We all Mawwalker. Hallmark Adrestes brings grim tidings from Bastion.
But like,
at once.
but like, how do I?
Let's go save the cheetah, damn it.
Okay, we'll just save him. We'll save him.
For Azeroth.
I can ask Thrall, how did you escape the maw, by the way? I can ask Jaina how she escaped the maw. Jesus Christ. Okay, map is gone. Is that better? Jump. 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 How can we possibly have another negative?
Oh no!
For,
I know
for-
that endeavors.
we should fly out of here then, shouldn't we?
Welcome to the
Alright, now. We should probably think about getting you lunch. I'm gonna chop off a little early. I'll be back.